Well, good evening and happy Friday to all of you. It is Friday Night Frenzy again. And I don't know how many of you had the wager at 8:09 p.m. I don't know. Was it 8:09 or 8:10? My clock reads 8:09. But that's the winner today. So, welcome everyone. I hope you guys had a wonderful week. That it wasn't as hot as it was here in the DC area, because my word, I got out of court today and I walked into my truck in a full suit, and the inside of the truck read 111 degrees Fahrenheit. There's torture, and then there's that. But good Lord, was that rough. Anyways, what are you guys doing? Where are you tuning in from? Where are you watching from? How was your week? What's going on? We've got some court cases to go through. Well, we have one court case. We have one ruling. We have some Supreme Court case announcements for next year, or for the October term. And then we've got some stuff that you guys don't like when I talk about, but we're going to explain a little bit better. Golf. But before we get into that, I have to share something that was one of the coolest things I have seen. So how many of you guys remember the movie Elysium? Well, let's check in with people first. We got Tucson in the house. We got Australia in the house. I'm sorry that you're recovering from your mom's funeral. That's not fun. That's just a miserable week. It was a tough week for a lot of people. Hello from Finland. How was your day today? Well, I had court today. Court today some courts set an arbitrary time limit on a trial. And this court has a maximum trial time for a custody proceeding, I'm not joking you, of 3 hours. 3 hours. That is their maximum time that they will set for a trial date. I can tell you that there is no possible way of getting the information in front of the judge to make an accurate, rather appropriate ruling when it comes to custody or visitation in a 3-hour trial. And no matter how many times you tell the court when they're setting that trial, we're going to need more time, they say, we'll give you the 3 hours. And you're just going, how? And in an answer to this question, it wasn't Fairfax. Today I was in Arlington, but Fairfax has a similar rule in the juvenile court. 3 hours, yes. In the juvenile court, which is a lower court, it's considered a court not of record, which means that, when you appeal it, you get an automatic appeal. You get a brand new trial in the circuit court. Juvenile court proceeding, you're limited to 3 hours. Now, if that appeals up to the circuit court, I can get up to 5 days, 5, 6 days, however long I need for the trial. But they have this arbitrary rule of 3 hours because they want to resolve the things quickly. So that was today. And then it's just been, it's been a week, and I was kind of going back through the week and wondering why this week has felt as long as it has. And I think that some of that comes down to, well, there's been a lot going on. The week had a negative start to it with the passing of a friend of the channel, of a friend of a lot of people, of a really great soul, Captain Corey. And that didn't really hit well for a lot of people. I know that in particular, Ian and I both made stuff. Like I wanted that kid to have the best life that he could have for the time that he had remaining. And by all accounts, it looked like he did. It really did look like he enjoyed every single minute of his days that he had left on this earth. It sucks that there are never enough. So I know the family has a GoFundMe set up, and I know that right now it's duplicative, because that GoFundMe has been blown out of the water. But I'm going to try to find the link as soon as I've got it. I didn't have it pulled up today. Where did I have it? I had it saved from the other day. But yeah, so I'll get that link posted in the chat so that if you guys do want to go to visit the GoFundMe, you can. Mods, if you have the link, you can post that in the chat, please, if you don't mind. And if you do, just let me know. I'll tag. I'll go ahead and pin it to the top. Yeah, that was the kid's favorite word, balls. Literally the kid's favorite word all the time. I still remember. I mean, it sucked. I was driving when I saw the news. I remembered how nice you guys were. It was all you guys. That's what it was. I remembered that. I remembered all the creators, all the kind people that watch this channel, all the kind people that watch my friends, what they did, what you did to improve his life, what time he had remaining. And my God, that you look at the studio that he had set up, his mom set up, and you look at the walls and what they're adorned with. And I saw the robot from Kristen. I saw a blanket that was knitted by one of you. I saw stuff that was made by all of you guys. So that was really cool. I would never wish that on anyone. Not my worst enemy, that they would have to watch their child go through that. But so thoughts and prayers are with the family. I'll find the GoFundMe. I'll post it so that you guys can continue to contribute if you feel so inclined. And I do encourage you to do so. I know that Pixie has kind of taken a step back from the internet because, I mean, that happens and there's no right way of processing it. So I'm glad that people have encouraged her to take a minute and take a step back. And some AI generated, let's see, General Tuggernaut, I see you, man, doing this little tributes here. Here's a little AI generated something shared by General Tuggernaut, who made him a superhero. He made him a superhero in various proportions, sitting there with Captain Jack, treasure chest full of play buttons, the silver play button, Pirates of the Caribbean, the journey of Captain Corey. Thank you, Tuggernaut. That's pretty cool. Way to throw that together pretty quick, too. Thanks for sharing that, bud. Yeah. So that said, we are going to try and get back to some humor and some fun and go into some of the law stuff. That we haven't been able to cover in quite a while. And I apologize for saying, it's just there's little beeps going off in my ear. I don't know where they're coming from. Ears. Oh, that's because some people sent stuff that I wasn't able to see. Susanna Bunnickwatch, thank you for the super sticker. I wasn't able to see that. StreamYard is messing up, man. It's killing me. I also did want to do a shout out. I have a birthday shout out to Brianna. Happy 23rd birthday. Happy 23rd birthday. I hope you made the most of it. I hope it was a blast. I hope you're going to have a wonderful time. 23. When I was 23, I made so many bad decisions. Just all the bad decisions. Would I go back there and do it again? Yeah, I'd probably do it again. Be younger. It would. The other thing about 23 is you hurt less with physical activity. You go and pick something up and you can actually pick it up and you don't feel like crap the next day. That's great. I want that back because my neck is killing me. Thanks, Tug. Thanks, Tuggernaut. Love it. Neck's killing me. Why does pain just start happening all the time? Knees, backs, all the stuff. So, anyways, what do you say? You guys want to get to some fun stuff? I think we should get to some fun stuff because I saw something that I need you guys to appreciate because I'm excited about it. I have no idea what it's going to do or if it's going to be anything of significance. But so do you guys remember the movie Elysium? Being told, you know what? Damn it. Intro, Rob. Intro. Intro. Wrong intro. Still the wrong intro. Buttons apparently that becomes harder after 23 too. Like remembering what buttons you're supposed to hit and do all the things. Yeah. People are asking if I saw Emily play the ukulele. I did. And I saw that she asked ChatGPT for a musical rendition. Apparently in the Discord or in my Discord, there's also a bot that is set up by my lovely Discord mods that created its own song. And if you guys want to check that out, it's in the Discord. It's pretty damn funny. Yeah. So ChatGPT is just taking over the world. Well, all AI is taking over the world, but that's a topic we actually are going to discuss today a little bit. Back to what I was saying again, ADHD firing on all cylinders tonight. We are doing great. You're doing great, Rob. We're off to a good start. Elysium, the movie, fantastic movie, Matt Damon. Lovely concept about a society that is up in the clouds or up in the sky that is full of all of the specials. And then the people that are not the specials work on the ground. And then all of a sudden, Matt Damon is on an adventure to get up to the sky people and do all of that stuff. I'm butchering this, but it's not really about that because this is what I wanted you guys to see. So here we go. There's some of the screenshots from Elysium. This is from IMDb. Let's see. There's the robots. There's the exoskeleton. Why is there an ad for a light? Why is there an ad for everything? There are ads everywhere. Exoskeleton by Matt Damon. So that exoskeleton was always a cool concept. And I was going, at some point in time, they're going to be able to figure this out. Some point in time, they're going to figure it out. Give me 1 second. I have to do the thing. So I'm sitting there going, at some point, we're going to have exoskeletons. They're going to become pretty simple to manage. We're going to get it resolved. And we're all going to have exoskeletons because that's where the future is going to be. I didn't realize that the time that would happen was now. I did not understand that we would already be at this place. So I was just pinning the Captain Corey GoFundMe chat so that people could see that. So this is a company that makes tools that I very much enjoy. Festool. They are relatively expensive tools. They are tools for makers and workers. They are not cheap on the market, but they also make a phenomenal product. Freaking Festool came out with a battery-powered exoskeleton. For contractors who have to keep their arms elevated for long periods of time to hold their arms up. I want to go back. Elysium. Today, we have exoskeletons. It comes in this little package and pouch. You put it on your back. It then helps you lift. Now, in its current form, this is the first iteration of it. It assists you with 5 kilograms of lifting or assisting power. But this is the first iteration of this damn thing. With how fast we've been moving with this technology, I am not seeing that they're going to have these exoskeletons that are going to be battery operated. And you're going to see contractors pull up to job sites and dude's just going to be carrying like a box of brick with his exoskeleton suit. That's going to be so cool. It's assisting the contractor in lifting the stuff. I want this so bad. I don't need it. I have zero need for this. but it's just look, he even has the little clippy thing, like to say, like, give me power and strength, and look at the arms and biceps. I mean, hell, that's really damn cool. So yeah, Elysium, apparently we're not far off. Now, I have no idea what they're going to charge for this damn thing, because you see it says available in October. So who knows what they're going to bill for it, but does anyone care? I mean, it's really cool. Yeah. Uh-huh. I want it. That's really fun. Soon we're going to have actual Iron Man. We will. Wonder who invented it. I don't know. It's really neat. It's really cool, right? I need an exoskeleton to go shopping. I need an exoskeleton for a lot of things. I don't know what I need it for yet, but I'm going to find a way to use it. You give me an exoskeleton, I will find an application. I will find an application. You have ones at Darth Sarah. You have ones at work. You have exoskeletons at work. 7,000. That's a lot of money. I mean, be kind of cool. When it malfunctions, see how long it'll be. I don't want to be there. I'm not going to be in that. I don't want to be, look, I don't want to be the test pilot for it, but I'll find a function for it. I'll make it work. We're going to have some fun. Lindsay, thank you for the super chat. How's Mama healing up? She's healing up. We have gotten significant progress on the ribs are starting to work their way back. The lungs are doing okay. We're gonna keep an eye on it and make sure that she's doing okay. We are giving her active and positive reinforcement that if there are things to lift, do not lift them. Even if it's the trash, I don't care. Mom, if you're watching, if you're lifting the trash, don't lift the trash. No trash lifting. My sister is out there. She can lift the trash. My brother-in-law is out there. He can lift the trash. Don't lift the trash. No doing the things. Keep recovering. You do well. But yeah, she is healing up. Pants, thank you very much. Corey left the world having felt loved. That's rare. We did good. And he did his fair share of making us feel good too. So he was a bright light to a lot of people, brought a lot of smiles, a lot of happiness. It was remarkably courageous of him to share that inner behind the scenes of his going away party. I mean, he gave you behind the scenes access to his life when he was going through probably one of the most difficult things in the world. And what's more is Pixie was right there with him, allowing you in there. That's not easy either. So he did his fair deal of sharing. And I'm glad, if anything that we gave him could make that happier, better, easier, I really hope it did. K-Rab, they've updated the GFM to create a foundation in Corey's name after the funeral is paid for. Perfect. I love that. That's fantastic. Because whatever could happen to make other children experience anything near the warmth that he made and gave all of us, and that'd be really cool. So, yeah. Marvin CZ, GoFundMe, more funds still be helpful. They want to establish a foundation. Yep. That was what K-Rab said. Thank you for reiterating. In Corey's name to spread awareness of children's organ donation and help other children and families in similar situations. That's true. He had additional time on this world because of the grace of donation. So that's a wonderful thing as well. Thank you for sharing, Marvin CZ. Torin, thank you very much. Rob, I just DM'd you on Twitter and Discord a picture of all the threads for your braid on spools ready to wrap up on the Takadai. Hope to start by Sunday. That's fun. I need to get back in the shop. I really need to get in the shop. I want to make some stuff because I feel like that makes me happier and a better person all around. Henhouse Bath Company, thank you. It's my birthday weekend celebrating my 17th anniversary, turning 29. I'm not going to do math. We know what happens when I do math. I'm going to say happy 17th anniversary of your 29th birthday, because I'm just not even going to try it. I'm not going to embarrass myself further. Happy birthday, Henhouse Bath Company. I wish you the best weekend ever. Emma Hen, how's your mom? She's doing okay. She's doing really. Discord link for Nightbot doesn't work. Oh, dang it, Nightbot. Why are you misbehaving? Oh, Nightbot. Bad Nightbot. Let me see if I can fix. We're going to fix the thing because I have to do that. That's on the back end with me. Let's see. Nightbot need to fix the bot of the night. I think I can click that. What is it? What happens if I click that? That's not the button. You know what? I'm going to figure this out. Copy that. Go to Nightbot. Nightbot, behave. I apologize for the delay. Sometimes, you know what? I'm going to turn Nightbot off on that one because I'm going to screw this up, and I don't want to screw this up. So Nightbot, we're disabling the Discord link. Mods can post it if they wouldn't mind a couple of times every now and then. Don't overpost it though, please. Because figuring out Nightbot on the fly is going to be confusing. Draco, Amy, thank you very much. I want to thank you for all the inspiration and encouragement through the hard times you created a safe place to keep fighting to live. I've been tempted to unalive a lot. You're good people. There is always a better day tomorrow. The thing is, if you deprive yourself of the possibility of tomorrow, you'll never be able to turn stuff around. You'll never be able to change it. Don't deprive yourself of the possibility that tomorrow has to offer. Don't do it. There is also the more ardent approach, which is that you don't, and the kind of one that I believe personally, just me, I don't have the right to give up. I get people have a contrary opinion, but what am I going to, I'm not going to do that. No. And you don't have to do that. Look, life can be really shitty for a long time. I've been through years of loss and turmoil, but I'll tell you what, it's still worth living, and you can always make it better and happier. And I really hope that you are doing well, Draco, Amy. I hope that you are doing well. And I can tell you that there is always the possibility of a great day. A great day right up ahead. So keep on keeping on. WW, Rob, you're able to keep eyes on things happening in California. Please, the deadline for FTC versus Activision Blizzard is in a few hours. I will keep an eye on it. I can try to keep an eye on it. What's more is I bet people in the chat are keeping an eye on it, but we don't do breaking news here because I like to be able to review stuff before I pull it up on screen. Doing stuff by surprise, I have found, or as it is breaking, leads to unfortunate events. So if it does break within the next few hours, I'll take a look at it, but I won't be streaming it tonight. Thank you for putting my attention to that. Elizabeth Chatwood, Corey passed the 20th anniversary of the premiere of The Black Pearl. I did see that. I believe Black Pearl came to take Captain Corey home. That is a wonderful thought, and I very much believe that you are probably correct. Uncivil Law. With his antics yet again. Rob is lonely. Wish we could talk to him. Wish we could talk to him for a good time call. This is not my phone number, 202-762-1401. That is not my phone number. It's not a phone number that belongs to a human, as I believe. I believe that's the phone number if you intend to set your clock to the accurate time. So feel free. If you're concerned that your watch might be inappropriately set, and if you find that walking around your house and changing your clocks to that appropriate hour is a good time, then for a good time, call that number. Thank you, Kurt. Let me get through some of the stuff, Kurt. And if you're still around, I can bring you on to talk some of the Supreme Court stuff. Because I do want to. Oh, God. No. Now I got the pun. No. That is now the best and worst dad joke I've ever heard in my life. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is such a bad dad joke. For a good time, call the world clock number. Oh. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. I've got one that's really bad too. You ready for this one? Here's a good one. When a rainbow forms illegally or a rainbow breaks the law, what happens to it as punishment? Where does it go? Where does it go? Well, it goes to a prism, of course. But don't be concerned. It's a light sentence. Oh, they're so bad. I love dad jokes. They're the best thing in the world. The prism and the light sentence. For a good time, call the world clock. Kurt, you son of a bitch. Oh, this is fantastic. I love life. This is what we're here for. Having a little bit of joyous interlude. I gotta swoop because this is the problem. Because we have the joyous interlude of the jokes, and what we're talking about now is not a joke. I need to swoop. We needed a swoop because there was a story that broke not too long ago. Oh, this is bad. I gotta transition to this crap. Oh, this is how the internet works. Do you guys remember the blue black dress debate? Whether the dress was blue or black? Here, I'll show you. Now you remember it. Do you remember this debate? Is the dress blue or is it black? Well, the story's about to take a really negative turn. I don't know if you saw this one coming. The man that took the photo of that debate, the viral debate that completely divided the internet, has now been accused and brought before a court in Glasgow after being charged with attempted murder of his wife, Grace, for whom he took the photo. So that's the internet today. The photo broke the internet in 2015. He allegedly committed an 11-year campaign of domestic DV acts and coercive control against Grace, which allegedly led him to try to kill her last March by pinning her to the ground and compressing her neck. So the blue-black dress just took a really ominous turn. It was after his appearance on Ellen DeGeneres' show and after their marriage. And now we know that, internet's going to internet. And there we are. Yeah. That was a quick little fun interlude. Jesus, Rob, come on, man. Have something better pulled up after something like that. You tell a joke, you go to the murdery thing. Why are you doing the murdery thing? Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Okay. So let's get into this one because this one is one that I know that I enjoy and I need some time to lay it out. All right. PGA versus LIV Golf. Oh, Lord. I was told that a lot of people miss the backstory to the PGA LIV Golf. You always win, Kurt. And that when I jump into these things, it becomes kind of confusing. And why do people care about it? Why do people care about it? First of all, what is the PGA? What is LIV Golf? What does all this have to do? Why does it matter? They're a bunch of money. Well, here's why it matters. Let me explain what the two entities are. Oh, dang it. Swooping. Got to swoop. Old swoop. So why does it matter? What are we talking about? And it's giving context here. So here's the thing. A long time ago, the U.S. started to recognize, well, actually, it predates the U.S. Sports has been a big thing of national pride and a big thing for countries ever since the Olympics first began, the Olympiads. So essentially, nations would send their best and brightest athletes, usually the best athletes, to compete amongst each other for national pride. And it kind of became ingrained in society that this was something that you wanted. This was something that yielded a positive result for the nation state. So countries, every country in the world, or every country in the developed world right now, I think, has recognized that there's significant gain in funding sports endeavors by individuals that go on to represent that country. You do it in the Olympics every 4 years, depending on oscillating winter and spring. You do it with competitive sports such as tennis, basketball, soccer. There's an interest that the nation has in facilitating sports. And it might sound dumb to a lot of people, but there's also an economic benefit that the country yields or gets as a result of that. So how did we incentivize that? Well, Congress passed laws to basically encourage enterprises to come up and try to facilitate sports, one of them being 501c6. It essentially created a tax-exempt status for a nonprofit entity if their sole goal and their purpose was to facilitate the growth of that sport. Now, they didn't get to profit off of it, so they couldn't take the money, but they would redistribute the funds that were given to it in different fashions. For example, the PGA Tour receives a lot of revenue every single year, PGA Tour being the golf version of that. They receive a lot of revenue every year. Where does that revenue go if it's not for profit? It goes to the players to facilitate the growth of the sport, to encourage more players to join the sport, and to keep the players there playing in the sport competitively. It goes to the venues that put on the event. It goes to the commissioners who end up creating the rules for the sport. It goes to those goals. Now, it's never intended to create massive enterprises. So that's the goal of 501c6. Now, the PGA Tour has essentially been, it's the tour of golf. Even though golf was invented in Europe, it found a home here in the US. So the PGA Tour maintains a swath of the best players in the world, and they kind of create the benchmark rules for the game. They create everything. Now, they're really, really, really picky about how they do it, and they've kind of created a monopoly over it. Well, that's interesting I use that word because that's what the lawsuit was about. They created and exercised exclusive dominion to the point that when a player would show up, if the player was photographed or videoed and the video was broadcast in any fashion, if they swung a golf club and someone caught that on film, you know who owns the rights to that? You would think the player. No, PGA. PGA controlled what could be seen, what couldn't be seen, what access media was given. They controlled everything about it. And they did that for decades because they had this status. They were there for that purpose. Every player wanted to play for them. They were the only place you could go to do it. And they basically crushed anyone else that would try to compete. There are other tours that exist. There's the DP World Tour. There's the European Tour. There's the South American Tour. PGA has control issues. Yep, they do. They do. Golf was invented in the Middle Earth. However, it's officially Scottish. Interesting. Golf is like a great walk in the park. It's a great thing. You actually learn a lot of great stuff out of doing it. Yes, Draco Amy, but I promise it's there. So the PGA controlled everything about it. Now, some of the players didn't really like that. So there were some rules the PGA had that the players didn't really enjoy. So for one, you had to play 4 rounds in a row in a single tournament. So the tournament would go from Thursday to Sunday. You would play 1 round each day. And at the end of Friday, 50 of the players would be cut, or all but 50 of the top spots would be cut. So they would go home, and the remaining 50 would play on Saturday and Sunday for primetime coverage, because you couldn't do primetime coverage for a field that was that big. Problem was, when they cut the bottom half of the players, they got no money. So they would spend money to go to the tournament. They would enroll. They would do all the stuff, travel, etc., and they would get nothing if they didn't make it into that top 50 group come Friday or come the end of Friday. And players didn't really find that to be fair, especially players that were new and upcoming who didn't really have a lot of money from ad revenue, or players that were on the tail end of their career. Not a lot of money from ad revenue. They wanted to participate, even if they brought home a check that covered their costs, at least it would cover their costs. So they didn't like that. The PGA also has a lot of rules that sound kind of stupid. I was joking with a friend about this. Did you know the PGA players are required to wear slacks? Ever wonder why when you watch golf on TV, if you ever happen to come across TV and you see golf on TV, all of the players are wearing long pants? That's because they're required to. There's a dress code. They're required to wear slacks at every single event, at every photograph opportunity when the PGA Tour is sponsoring the event. So not allowed to do that. So players had an issue with it. And then along comes the Saudi government. And the Saudi government has been engaged in this. Well, they're trying to make their image look better in the world. And they're doing this via a lot of sports outreach. They have acquired a soccer team. they are trying to acquire the right. They're trying to build a tennis league and acquire some of these tennis players. They're trying to start a competing golf league. And how are they doing this? Well, they have a crap ton of money. And there's enough of the players that feel like they're being screwed by the entity that they feel like they can get some of them and steal them away. So they create LIV Golf, LIV, LIV Golf. And LIV Golf, ends up with a different set of rules. The players only have to play 3 days instead of 4. If you sign up for a tournament, if you make it into the tournament, if you are granted access to the tournament, you will walk away with money. What the amount of money that is, you don't know, but you will walk away with money. There's no cuts. So everyone who's there at the tournament gets paid. Now the money varies depending on how you do. Also, as kind of a snub to the PGA, they kind of said you don't have to wear the slacks. If you guys want to wear shorts, you can wear shorts. And then as kind of an aside, because the PGA is so stuffy about, silence on the course and all this stuff, LIV was like, let's just play some music on the first tee. We're just going to put speakers up. You guys can jam out. It's a party. So they basically created the frat version of golf. But what they did was they started finding players and they started paying them significant amounts of money. And the PGA became really scared because the PGA, I think, is only 140 players total. And if you coax enough players away, if you get some of the good ones, then the PGA loses what they have. They lose the ability to say that we are the only place where you can go on TV and find the best players play. Because that's what they had for decades. And now LIV is here saying, well, why don't you come over and play with us, play for us? We'll give you the money. And if the PGA loses, I mean, think about this. Tiger Woods didn't go to LIV Golf, but let's say that Tiger Woods, the biggest name in the sport, did. And now on TV, when they're fighting for TV rights, if you want to turn on golf and you want name recognition in a household of people that aren't golfers, for example, but they know the name Tiger Woods, if you turn on a PGA Tour event and you don't see that name, do you care? But if LIV Golf has this event on the same day and says, turn this TV on, you'll see Tiger Woods, you're going to get more viewers. So that was what they were trying to do. And PGA Tour viewed this as a threat. So, rather than handling things secretly or quietly, what did they do? Well, the PGA Tour, under the guidance of the chair, Jay Monahan, asshole that he is, started shaming players that decided to go with LIV. And beyond that, he started banning players that decided to go with LIV. You go to LIV, you get banned. It got worse. He started banning vendors. If you are a vendor, if you set up tents, if you set up a tent for a LIV event, you can no longer set up a tent for a PGA Tour event. These are companies where they might make their entire year's worth of business on one PGA Tour event. Let's say that you're a catering business, and the PGA Tour is coming to town. They come to town one weekend a year, right? So 1 week a year they're there. If you're a catering business, you could make your entire company's profit then that 1 week. Let's say that LIV Golf and now PGA Tour is saying, if you cater for a LIV Golf event, you can never cater for one of our events again. Well, shit. I mean, that's no joke. Now you're really messing with it. And what does this start sounding like? Does anyone else have the word monopoly in their head? Like, this might sound a little anti-competitive. You're literally squeezing out competition. But the PGA doubled down. They started shaming players. Jay Monahan famously goes on and says, I have to, people are asking about, on the anniversary of 9/11, he makes the comment, ask yourself, have you ever had to feel ashamed playing for the PGA? Implying that these players that were playing for LIV were playing for Saudi money. And somehow, because they were doing that, they had some tie or connection to and should feel shame for playing for Saudi money. Well, all of that is really rough. So why are we talking about this now? We're talking about this now because the complaint that was filed, and we're going to go through this pretty quickly. The complaint Introduction. There we go. This complaint was filed. It was a complaint that was filed on a while back. So it was filed August of last year. And it was filed by LIV Golf against PGA Tour. And it went through various iterations. But as you can imagine, the two entities were very upset. LIV said, you're competing us out of the market. You are being anti-competitive. We're going to file a lawsuit. You must stop your practices and let us participate. Let our players back in your league. You can't stomp out the competition. So that was the complaint that was filed. And it went through various stages. And as we have talked about on this channel, the litigation was ongoing. And all of a sudden, a few weeks ago, a settlement was announced that resulted in the merger, or a prospective merger, of these companies. PGA Tour, so they're in motions practice. They're going back and forth. They're arguing with one another over whether this should be dismissed. LIV Golf or PGA Tour loses the motion to dismiss, so the case can proceed. Then they get into discovery disputes. And the PGA Tour wants to depose Yasser Arryman, who is the Saudi investment leader. He's the guy who runs the money. And the PGA Tour is going, we want to depose this guy. And the Saudis are like, no, you can't depose him. He knows too much. We're not going to let you do that. And the Saudis respond. They say, well, we want all the PGA's financials. We want all of their financials. The PGA says, no. Business secrets. You can't get all that. So they're fighting over that. And the Saudis win, and the PGA Tour has to turn over their financials. And the PGA Tour wins, and they get to depose Yasser Arryman, or Mr. Arryman. And then, after those two awards that posed existential threats to the existence of the entities, because PGA doesn't want to give up their financials, Saudis don't want to give up any of the information, they announce a settlement in the dark of night. No announcement to players. They say, we have settled the dispute, and now we are going to merge and create a new entity. And everyone's like, whoa, what the hell? Wait, seriously? That's what we did? So all of that transpired, and we come to find out through the disclosure of various documents, inadvertently, that's how it always happens, right? Inadvertently, that, well, it's not really an agreement. It's an agreement to agree. We have a framework, and we're still working towards settlement because the players have to sign off on it. The board has to sign off on it. People have to sign off on it. It's not just all of a sudden going to be fine. So that was what was transpiring. And in the midst of these negotiations of trying to finalize the deal, what happens? Well, the Senate Committee on Homeland Security, of all things, Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, sets a hearing and says, PGA Tour officials, you come testify. And that's where our story leads us. Now, we're not talking politics, but I'm playing this, or parts of this, so that we can hear from these officials what they were facing and the debates about the litigation and why this is so contentious, because this is a big deal. People all think it's not this huge thing. These are two enterprises, one that was looking to snuff out the other one. Both of us looking to snuff out the other one. And they are in heated battle and litigation, and all of a sudden they settle to save themselves. And the Senate's now like, we want to find out. So let's see. Let's play and see where.
What similar investments
Can you
by repressive regimes or other countries with deep pockets could mean for our country, for our national security, and for the world.
All right, let me know.
For 2 years, the most vehement opposition to the Saudi government.
Let's see. So here's the deal.
To have them taken over by a repressive foreign regime certainly is a matter.
Let's get started.
Can induce individuals and institutions to betray their own values and supporters, or perhaps reveal a lack of values from the beginning. It's about other sports and institutions that could fall prey if their leaders let it be all about the money. Perhaps to state the obvious, sports are central to our culture and society. They have huge implications for our way of life, our local economies and communities, close to home, and our image abroad. Athletes like the PGA Tour, golf players, are role models. They are ambassadors of our values, and the institutions that concern us today are vital to our national interests. To have them taken over by a repressive foreign regime certainly is a matter of our national security. So we hope that today's hearing will help us uncover not only the reasons for the PGA Tour's sudden reversal of its opposition to the LIV Golf takeover and what it means to golf, but also to understand what similar investments by repressive regimes or other countries with deep pockets could mean for our country, for our national security, and for the world. For 2 years, the most vehement opposition to the Saudi government's taking over the sport of golf in America, and the most vehement criticisms of Saudi sports washing came from the PGA Tour leaders themselves. They enlisted fans, sponsors, the 9/11 families, members of Congress like myself. Some of those leaders sat across from me in Cromwell, Connecticut, and asked me to support them, and I did. All on the promise and commitment to maintaining the PGA Tour as an independent, cherished, iconic American institution. And Jay Monahan himself said in June, just a year before June 6th, I would ask any player that has left or any player that would ever consider leaving, have you ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour?
Yeah, we talked about that. That was a shitty thing to say. And yeah. And then you see right beneath there's a text, there's a message from Jimmy Dunn who says it takes a lot to say no to a bucket full of money. He's referring to a player in that comment. I think that's a misleading extraction there. LIV Golf's an effort to sports wash the recent history of the Saudi atrocities and for the Saudi Public Investment Fund. Okay. So there's the court filings. So they're in back and forth litigation. Here we are for some of this. They all bring receipts. Now, I want you guys to kind of wait till we get to the opening statements by the PGA representatives.
The players admirably and heroically stood by the PGA Tour and said no to tens of millions of dollars. Likewise, members of the 9/11 families who are with us today stood by the PGA Tour, and others of us did the same. And then suddenly on June 6th, everything changed. The sports world was shocked by the announcement that the PGA Tour was entering into an agreement to combine forces with the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, which owns LIV Golf. It's an instrument of the Saudi government. And the deal was not to just take over a team, but the entire sport, not just an individual Saudi investor, but the government of Saudi Arabia. So it was no ordinary investment. The Saudi Public Investment Fund, known as PIF.
As we're watching this, I apologize. I always say that I stay away from politics, but this isn't for me. I'm not talking about this for politics. I'm talking about this because with the arguments that you see from the positions that are going to be stated, you see the extremes of why they're having this big fight. And let me see, I'm getting notes that the audio is a little bit low. Let's see if we can't boost it a bit. Let's see if this gets a little bit better. Let me know if this comes in a little bit better, and I will try to quiet my own mic down. Audio. Let's see, does that make me quieter? Hopefully it does. Let's see if this gets a little bit louder.
Is closely allied with the very top of the Saudi monarchy, and it is headed.
Oh, this is 1.5. I can go to 1.75 in a minute.
Negotiator and party to this deal. So, understandably, there was a feeling of betrayal among many of the individuals and groups that supported the PGA Tour, including from the players themselves. And we're here today because not only did it raise that feeling of betrayal, and John Rahm, familiar to all of us, said it best. I think the general feeling is that a lot of people feel.
Kate, this is a good point. It's a good point, and the PGA pushes back on this. And where I'm going to end this is a Jimmy Dunn, who sounds as you would expect. Wait till you hear his accent. He doesn't mess around. Jimmy Dunn gives a monologue towards the end, or an answer towards the end, that makes it very clear what his position is on this. And I think it clears some of this up. What you guys are hearing are you guys are hearing the politicians laying out the extreme stakes, right? They're laying out very aggressive positions on one side or the other. I want you to take everything you're hearing here with a massive, massive grain of salt. Everything with a massive grain of salt. Politics is not about fact, it's about theater. So you're seeing theater play out, but there's still information that we can gain. So we're going to see if we can't learn anything. And we're going to turn this to 1.75 because Senator Blumenthal, my guy, we got to speed you up a little bit.
Feel a bit of betrayal from management, but we're here about questions that go to the core of what the future of this sport and other sports will be in the United States. What happened that led the PGA Tour to change its position? Was it only the hope of ending litigation? Or was it also the unspecified in amount Saudi investment that would come of it? Just how much money did PIF offer the PGA Tour? And what other sources of money were sought as an alternative? Given these questions and their implications, not only for the future of professional sports, but for foreign influence and global human rights, this subcommittee launched an inquiry into this deal. And I've already put into the record the memorandum that we circulated that incorporates the documents that have been produced and some of what we've learned. But clearly, although the agreement itself is seemingly unspecific, vacuous, and simply an agreement to agree, we know from it that the Saudi government will have an equity dominance and ownership of this institution through its investment. And we know also that the PGA Tour surrendered once for the Saudi investment of money, and there is no assurance in this agreement that it would not do so again. We've learned from the documents some facts that also indicate that the PGA Tour will be dominated in this agreement. We learned that after rebuffing the PIF as recently as January, the PGA Tour representative reached out to PIF Governor Yasir Al-Rumayyan days after he was told of fears that, quote, the Saudis will double down on their investment, end quote, in LIV. We learned that Saudi Arabia's early vision for the tour included a team golf tournament culminating in Saudi Arabia, at least one high-profile PGA event in Saudi Arabia, and a global golf investment fund managed by the PIF. We learned that just one night before the framework agreement between the PIF and the PGA Tour was signed, the PIF added a non-disparagement clause that appears to prevent the PGA Tour from criticizing Saudi Arabia and applies to the witnesses that are before us apparently today. We learned that Governor Al-Rumayyan,
he should know better about that. That's standard. If you're in litigation with the party and you come to the table to begin discussing settlement, it's pretty standard for both of you to basically say, while we're discussing settlement, none of your guys, none of my guys, none of your gals, none of my gals are going to go out there and talk trash about the other one. It's a little bit disingenuous on that one.
and will not only become the chairman of the PGA Tour's board, but he will sit on the executive committee of the new company that is to be formed, where he will, and this is a direct quote from a document we received, quote, provide PIF with strong influence over the new company. And we learned what is not in the agreement, which may be as important as what is explicitly there. Very little is explicit, that there are potential side agreements and understanding. Only in the internal documents reviewed by this committee did we learn that PGA Tour officials prepared a side agreement providing that LIV CEO Greg Norman would be terminated upon execution of the final agreement. We don't know whether this agreement was executed, but there are other documents, such as the talking points that are now in the record for Jay Monahan to talk to the policy board, that indicate the parties maintained this understanding about terminating Norman.
Oh, Greg Norman's gone. He's gone. I mean, and he should have known that, like walking into it. For those of you not familiar with the backstory, we're not going to go into it. Greg Norman was a very, very aggressive player in all of this and ended up provoking unnecessarily. I mean, this enterprise, this merger wouldn't survive with Norman still on board.
After the agreement was announced. We still don't know whether there are other side agreements or other understandings that may exist or what they might say. We don't know what assets the PGA Tour will place in the new entity or how it will maintain its nonprofit status, certainly a profoundly important question. What assets it gained while it had nonprofit status that may be transferred now to a for-profit entity, raising very serious questions that ought to concern this committee and Congress. And especially since it has indicated that there will be an active commercial role for this new entity. We also don't know what will happen to players who may want to speak out.
Reminder, this is the Committee on Homeland Security. This isn't about trade or commerce. So that's why I chuckled.
Against Saudi Arabia's human rights abuses. They apparently are bound by the non-disparagement clause. The LIV Golf tournament had requirements about wearing apparel. Are they going to have Saudi insignia on their shirts? Are they going to be speaking on behalf of the Saudi government? And we don't know whether LIV will continue to exist after the conclusion of its next season. And if so, what form or under what leadership? And of course, we still don't know how much money is on the table or was even discussed to prompt the PGA Tour to make this sudden dramatic reversal. My hope is that this hearing will begin answering those questions and that we will learn more as we receive additional documents and have additional hearings. Americans very simply deserve to know what this agreement means for the future of golf, as well as for the future of the Saudi Arabian government's investment in sports and other autocratic regimes that may choose to do the same. Because Saudi Arabia has nearly limitless capacity to inject its funds into these endeavors through its nearly $700 billion in assets. And we already know that
right
they
there
purchased a British premier.
Wait till you hear the money. I get people are saying golf, really? Golf, really? The PGA Tour had 1.5 billion in net assets. The PIF, LIV Golf, had $700 billion in assets. That's and yeah, they talk about that here. So oddly enough, we get the information in this. So it was not for profit because they actually, whatever remaining profit they had, they donated at the end of every single year to charities. A lot of money. I think over the past 10 years, I think it said 250 million to charities. So, but it's curious. This is really interesting.
League soccer team, two of the largest video game tournament operators in the world, and made investments in Formula One racing, among many other investments. Now, we won't be able to comprehensively address these questions because two witnesses whom we invited couldn't be here today. They had scheduling conflicts.
Jay Monahan and Yasser Armani.
Those scheduling issues, and we hope that they will work with
those
us
two.
cooperatively. The PGA Tour Chief Operating Officer Ron Price and Board Member Timmy Dunn, who are with us today, played a central role in arranging the agreement. And I want to thank each of you for being here. You are both knowledgeable and prominent members of the PGA Tour's leadership. We hope that you will help us to discover some of the reasons for the PGA Tour's sudden reversal and other answers to these questions, and what the deep pockets of the Saudi government and other regimes could mean to the future of our country and the world. And with that, I will turn to the ranking member for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to welcome the witnesses and thank you for appearing voluntarily before our subcommittee. Let me start by saying I love the game of golf. I enjoy playing it. I wish I was a whole lot better, and I enjoy watching it. Golf is a pure meritocracy. Golfers succeed or fail on their own. Every golfer can empathize with a pro who's trying to hold on to a one-shot lead, execute a difficult shot, or sink a crucial putt. We appreciate the moments of celebration.
All right, Senator Johnson. Blumenthal, we had to speed up. You were going to pull at 1.5. You're going pretty quick, bud.
And we sympathize with the failed attempts. The game of golf has developed a handicap system that allows golfers like me at the lower skill level to enjoy competing with one another. But it's the competition at the highest level that brings us here today. Every professional sport faces the exact same challenges. How do you structure and maintain competition to attract large audiences and maximize the revenue base? How do you fairly compensate all the athletes, from the top stars to the journeyman players striving for the top? And in a global environment, how do you accomplish this with entities possessing dramatically unequal resources? League sports in America provide a good example of this dilemma. How can small city markets like Green Bay or Milwaukee afford to field teams to effectively compete against cities like New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles that have much larger fan bases? The solution has been the formation of leagues and governing bodies that develop and enforce the rules of the game and competition. Unfortunately, many of the rules and practices that these leagues engage in may run afoul of the Sherman and Clayton antitrust laws. In America, I must agree with the assertion of a 1987 University of Miami Law Review article that states, quote, "The precise law governing the relationship between professional sports leagues and the Sherman Act is so noticeably confused and unsettled. A simple explanation for this confusion is that it is difficult to write a law that effectively addresses every situation and every reality." This hearing deals specifically with the reality the PGA Tour faced when Saudi Arabia decided to get involved and invest in professional golf. According to its 2021 990 tax form, the PGA Tour has net assets worth approximately $1.25 billion.
Nanner, we listen to all sides here. We really do. I try to be respectful that positions might differ and people might have different opinions, but I think it's important to at least be able to listen to the opinions by other people. Plus, regarding the Sherman Act and the issues that he's discussing here, these are things that we've talked about quite a bit. Should the PGA Tour continue to be covered as a nonprofit? Is it in a monopoly? Is it engaged in monopolistic practices? Is the NFL, MLB, NBA? These are questions that are pretty relevant. I think both senators, while they've gone pretty extreme, have made points. So that's why we're listening.
Saudi Arabia's public investment fund is estimated to be worth between $600 and $700 billion. 500 times larger than the PGA Tour. Until the creation of LIV Golf, multiple golf tours throughout the world competed in a commercial marketplace dictated by the normal market force of profit and loss. LIV is financed by an entity that was committed to competing for top players with little, if any, regard or expectation of a direct financial return. From a commercial standpoint, it's not a fair fight. And the PGA Tour accurately viewed the LIV as an existential threat. Now, I have the deepest sympathy for the families of 9/11 and support their efforts of obtaining information currently being withheld by the U.S. and Saudi government.
I see you, Nanner.
Mr. Chairman, as a quick aside, I was approached by some members of 9/11 families of the hall today, and they gave me a document that summarizes, I guess, the FBI's investigation of Saudi involvement in 9/11. And unlike so many documents that I received, it's heavily redacted. The FBI, the United States government, the Saudi government is not being transparent with the 9/11 families. And I want to completely support the 9/11 families in obtaining transparency and the truth. So I'd like to enter this document into the record so that people can view for themselves the lack of transparency of our government and the Saudi government.
Without objection, and I might just say I have spoken to the 9/11 families about exactly this resistance by our own government, the FBI, and other agencies to provide the facts that are necessary for them to seek simple justice. And I would join you in a bipartisan effort to make those facts more.
And hopefully that's a really good bipartisan result of this hearing.
Oh my gosh,
sports washing is also a legitimate issue, but no amount of money can wash away the stain of the brutal Khashoggi assassination and other human rights abuses. But it would be grossly unfair to expect the PGA Tour to bear the full burden of holding Saudi Arabia accountable. After all, anyone who drives a car or uses oil-based products has helped fill the coffers of the Saudi Public Investment Fund. Foreign investment in the U.S. is generally a good thing. And I'd rather have the Saudis reinvest their oil wealth in America as opposed to China or Russia. Also, if the kingdom's involvement in golf and other sports helps it to modernize and offer more rights to women, wouldn't that be a good thing? Although I believe there are many more pressing issues Congress and the subcommittee should be focusing on, like many Americans, I have a great deal of interest in how this issue is resolved. As courts have indicated, Congress does have a legitimate role to play in settling the confusion in the law governing professional sports. That said, I did not sign the request for information or the memo issued by the majority because the parties are in the midst of what should be a private negotiation, and there's no deal to review. Inquiries and investigations conducted by this subcommittee generally involve some measure of wrongdoing. There's nothing wrong with the PGA Tour negotiating its survival. Negotiations are often delicate, mostly private, and I fear Congress getting involved at this stage could have negative consequences. But I hope this hearing can be constructive and address the many legitimate questions the public has regarding the future of golf and how to preserve the purity of competition at the highest levels of the game. Although the various parties in this dispute bring different perspectives and objectives to it, my guess is they do share a common love and respect for the game of golf and want to see it succeed well in the future. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I thank the witnesses and look forward to your testimony.
All right, so we've laid out the different points that they're trying to make. Again, they're just speaking to their constituents. Are they really speaking to the issue? No. They both made good points, though. And that's part of the issue. That's why people are so concerned about this, because they both make good points. How do you let an entity that's wholly controlled by a state regime broach and attack and undermine and become a part of an entity that receives a tax benefit status from the United States government, right? The PGA Tour has a tax beneficial status, but it wasn't really set up to compete against something of this size. And then you have the other side of the aisle, which is basically saying, look, we didn't come in to bail them out or give them the money. They still are a company. They still have to negotiate for their own existence. Companies rise and fall on their own merit, and we have to let that negotiation play out. They're in the middle of a negotiation. The players get to sign off on it at the end, or they can reject it at the end. We're still sitting here. You know what? There's points on both sides. They're good points on both sides. Now, we are going to fast forward right the hell through all of the other senators because where this one made points on both sides, it got sideways real quick. We were talking about shoes out of China. We were talking about, will you ever commit to never play a tournament anywhere else in China? We talked about everything in this hearing. Holy crap. We went from, can we talk about this deal to let's talk about everything dealing with things that aren't golf or this contract or this arrangement. Good God. But I do want to play the opening statements of the two PGA representatives because this gives you their version of what they were facing when they reached this settlement. This is something you don't get to see. When two companies reach a settlement and they say, we agree that we are no longer going to sue the hell out of each other, you don't get to look behind the screen and see why they settled. You never do. There's speculation. There's a back and forth. You don't get to put eyes on what was going on in the minds of these people when the litigation was ongoing, why they settled, why they believed the settlement was good, and what they were afraid of. While this hearing, I think, shouldn't be going on during the middle of settlement negotiations, it did give an opportunity for us to see some inside baseball. That's why I wanted to play it.
Thanks very much, Ranking Member Johnson. I'm going to introduce the witnesses, and then, as is our custom, swear you in and ask you to speak. We're going to have 7-minute round questions once your testimony is done. We welcome Ron Price, who's the Chief Operating Officer at the PGA Tour. He has been leading the tour's operations during the absence of CEO Jay Monahan. By the way, both of you, I hope, will convey to Mr. Monahan our hope for his continuing recovery. We're glad to learn that he'll be back later this month in the job. But in the meantime, you are representing the PGA Tour.
Forgot to mention that part. The second that the deal was announced, after the deal was announced, 1 week later, Jay Monahan took a leave of absence for medical reasons. Jay Monahan was the one that was saying all the stuff and doing all the things. He took a leave of absence. So it's like a subtle bit of shade. And the two people that he said were not there, that had invites to be there, that he wished they could hear from them, Jay Monahan, Al Rumayyan. Those are the two people that were like, nope, not going close to this one.
Mr. Price has been responsible for the overall strategy and operations of the PGA Tour, including overseeing championship management, brand communications, golf course properties, finance, legal licensing, and merchandising, as well as talent and culture, board governance, and government relations. My understanding is you joined the tour in 1994. Jimmy Dunn, who is sometimes referred to as a legendary deal maker, served as a member of the PGA Tour Policy Board since January of this year.
I need to address this quickly. No, this did not. No. That was why the PGA settled. So people, and I'll get to that point. Let me make that point now. When I said the PGA was about to give their financial status, they were ordered to give their financial information over to the Saudis or over to LIV. That disclosure would have told LIV Golf in the discovery process, in the litigation. That disclosure would have told LIV Golf exactly how much money the PGA Tour had to play with. 1.5 billion net assets, I think. And LIV Golf would have seen their 700 billion and been like, oh, okay, now you're dead. So that was why the settlement was really important at that point in time. But no, this hearing did not result in disclosures. They were inadvertent. There was inadvertent disclosures that took place prior to this hearing, talking points and different sheets that got leaked. But the reasoning and strategy, this didn't cause any leaking. So if I confuse that, that's my fault. But no, now we're talking about why they reached the deal.
And he is one of the chief architects of the PGA Tour deal that we are discussing here today. Your name is repeated in many of the key documents, Mr. Dunn, and we're very glad that you are going to enlighten us as to some of these questions. He is the vice chairman and senior managing principal of Piper Sandler and was one of the co-founders of Sandler O'Neill and Partners, LP, an independent investment banking firm. Over the past 2.5 decades, he has advised on some of the financial industry's largest mergers.
No, that puts them back to square one.
We welcome you and look forward to your testimony. And now, if you would please rise. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do. Thank you. Price, if you could proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Blumenthal, Ranking Member Johnson, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the PGA Tour. I serve as the Chief Operating Officer of the Tour, and most recently have been co-leading the Tour while Commissioner Monahan is on medical leave. Let me start by saying that our goal is to protect an American institution that, along with its tournaments, generates over $200 million annually for over 3,000 charities across 34 states, and brings the highest level of sports and entertainment to millions of fans around the globe, and provides the most.
All right, so I was wrong. That charity donation, 200 million, was the annual amount of charitable donation the PGA Tour makes, because they can't keep profits at the end of the year, so they have to donate them.
Most pro-competitive, legacy-driven platform for the world's best players. That goal, which is our core mission, has been under threat for the better part of 2 years. When the Saudi-funded LIV Golf Tour launched its inaugural series in 2022, the tour faced an unprecedented attack. In defending our organization and its regulations that each member agrees to at the start of every season, we were forced to suspend players, those players who made the choice to play for LIV Golf. They could play for the new league, but they could not come back and forth to free ride off the work and platform of the collective membership they left behind. In August 2022, we were sued in an effort to invalidate our regulations. This created a fracture in golf unlike anything our sport had experienced in decades and created a division in our closely knit membership organization. We believe we've done everything we could possibly do to defend what we stand for, including spending tens of millions of dollars to defend litigation instigated by LIV Golf. And that's significant funds that were diverted away from our core mission to benefit our players and charity. As part of the litigation, we were successful in securing a court ruling that the Public Investment Fund was not protected under sovereign immunity with respect to litigation discovery and potentially liability. That's something which had never been done before in the United States. Meanwhile, we've seen continued strength of the tour, thanks to the loyalty, talent, and performance of the remarkable players we are proud to call members of the PGA Tour. However, it was very clear to us and to all who love the PGA Tour and the game of golf as a whole that the dispute was undermining growth of our sport and was threatening the very survival of the PGA Tour, and it was unsustainable. While we had significant wins in litigation, our players, our fans, our partners, our employees, our charities, and the communities we support would lose in the long run. Instead of losing control of the PGA Tour, we pursued a peace that would not only end the divisive litigation battles, but would also maintain the PGA Tour's structure, mission, and longstanding support for charity. While negotiations toward a definitive agreement are currently underway, the framework agreement contains important safeguards that ensures the tour will operate fundamentally as it does today. The tour will control its operations, the tour will control the board of the new PGA Tour subsidiary, and the tour will be the governing body for competitive golf in connection with any combined golf operations. The agreement provides clear, explicit, and permanent safeguards that ensure the tour will lead the decisions that shape our future and that we will have control over our operations, strategy, and continuity of our mission. I certainly understand the need for additional clarity around how and why the deal came together, and I welcome the opportunity to shed light on the predicament we found ourselves in, one which we did not seek, one that we could not sustain indefinitely, but one for which we found a workable, productive solution that benefits all who love the game of golf and the PGA Tour. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Price. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Johnson, members of the subcommittee. My name is Jimmy Dunn. And since January of this
Yeah, that's what I meant. This dude sounds exactly like I expect him to. Like he's the guy I pull in to close deals just because, yeah. I bet he's no bullshit. And from the entire hearing, yeah, he's no bullshit.
year, I have served as an independent director on the PGA Tour Policy Board. To hold that position is a real privilege for me. I joined the board at a time of great concern for all of us who love the game of golf. Some players had left the PGA Tour to join LIV Golf. Others were under pressure to do the same. The PGA Tour and LIV were facing each other in litigation. There is division and tension among players. You could feel it spreading to fans and sponsors. My concern was that if it all continued, expensive legal fights, every day wondering which player was going to leave next, a fan base tired of hearing about it, sponsors nervous, golf as we know it would be damaged forever. As board members, we have a responsibility to protect the game. As the situation appeared to me, the tour had to move towards a solution of the differences that were causing way too much disruption. And we had to do it in a way that preserved the standards, tradition, and authority of the tour. For that to happen, we needed to act from a position of strength, and we found ourselves in that position in the spring of this year. By April, major court rulings had set back LIV in its litigation against both the tour and Europe's DP World Tour. It was the right moment to reach out, not only because of those legal victories, but also because of our solid financial condition. We knew that a long-term fight with LIV would be harmful to the players, fans, sponsors, and charities. We wanted to begin the negotiation while we were in a strong position. This would allow us to focus on uniting the game or walk away if that objective was not being served. At the direction of the PGA Tour Commissioner and the board chairman, I contacted Yasser Al-Rahman, LIV's majority owner and governor of the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. A limited number of in-person meetings followed, and these meetings resulted in the framework agreement of May 30th. As members of this subcommittee know, some agreements are just mutual promises to continue to negotiate, and this describes the framework agreement. The only deal reached in the framework is that the lawsuits among the parties have been settled. Everything else is aspirational. The elements are all there for a final agreement that can serve the interest of the players, fans, sponsors, and charities and unite the game of golf. Since the June 6th announcement, the tour and its advisors have taken the lead in negotiating the final agreement. But what I can tell you is the tour will continue to manage the game, retaining majority governing control, majority economic control. The tour will appoint a majority of the board of directors. The framework would not be possible without the clear understanding that the tour will retain full decision-making authority. Of course, we expect many questions about who we're dealing with. The reality is that because some men from Saudi Arabia were part of the nightmare of September 11th, suspicion has lingered about the complicity of others. For my part, my thoughts turn to September 11th. I remember the 66 friends and colleagues at my firm who died that morning, along with so many others when the towers went down. I think about them all the time. I think about the families, and I think about the grief that never ends. If any person had the remotest connection to an attack on our country and the murder of my friends, I am the last guy that would be sitting at a table with them. If this agreement ultimately succeeds, I have nothing to gain except a sense of pride that we helped unite the game we love. I am not in line for a job, a fee, compensation of any kind. My entire concern here is to put this divisive period behind us, and for the sake of the players, fans, sponsors, and charities, unite the game of golf once again. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Dunn.
All right, we can stop listening to some of the blowhards because the questions aren't going to get us there. The thing is, I see you guys in the chat being divided on the topic. Golf does a hell of a lot of good. It really does. So for anyone curious, I want you to look up the story of Tony Finau. Look up his story, his background. He's a pro golfer, grew up in Utah, and essentially his dad, they didn't have money to go to a golf range. They didn't have money to play. His dad took a mattress, literally a mattress, and strung it up against the garage door on the inside of their house. And Tony Finau, because they couldn't afford golf balls or to go to a range, it's too expensive. So they had like one pack of golf balls, and Tony Finau would sit there in the garage and bash that golf ball into that mattress over and over and over again. And he went from that to being a professional golfer and still lives at home and still brings his family around everywhere. His family goes with him to all of his all the tour events. Golf brings some great things to the world. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's stupid or not, there are points to be made. And that's actually part of the debate. It's not one extreme. It's not the other extreme. It's somewhere right in the middle where it deserves a little bit of respect. Yeah, Tony Finau, look up his story. It's really cool. It is really cool story. There's a bunch of them like that too. So yeah. And yeah, I get people's concern about it, but also keep in mind from a national interest, from the state's interest here, golf's a crap ton of money. It's an entire industry of money. And that entire industry of money, people say, what would happen if golf just went away? Think of the advertising dollars and the employment opportunities for what a golf event brings to a city, a town, how many people in tourism go there and pay money to that town. It's a ton of money that circulates in the economy. So yeah, they're concerned about where that money is going, where it came from, etc. And people have conflicting views. But right now, and I get people don't have to care for golf. It's fine. Call it chess. Call it whatever you want to call it. It's an event. It's a sport. It's something. But now you have tons of money and you don't know where it's going or where it's coming from. Yeah, they're concerned about it. So that's the debate. And then there's a bunch of leaks going on and they're in the middle of negotiations and now we're in front of the Senate. What a cluster, right? And the FTC still has their investigation ongoing, but the FTC can't win a lawsuit to save their fucking life this year. Has there been any government entity that's been slapped around as much as the FTC right now? No. They lost in the Microsoft case. They lost in the Amazon case. Where else have they lost? I mean, they're getting their ass kicked. So, yeah, sure. ADHD jelly bean. I played football, soccer, and lacrosse growing up. And what I will tell you is that golf is, whether you call it a hobby, whether you call it a hobby, whether you call it an event, whether you call it a walk outside, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. So yeah, I did. I played close defense in lacrosse. I played middle linebacker in football, and I played fullback in soccer. So I was sweeper mostly in soccer, but yeah, I played all the way through. So, yep. But these things are important to a lot of things. And it's becoming less and less so, Laura. It's not all a rich kid thing anymore. That's the thing. We keep facilitating people finding these things that can help focus them. What I will tell you is that if you have someone that struggles with focus, my ADHD brain, man, golf helps with it. So I do it. Speaking of which, I made a terrible decision earlier this week. Freaking awful decision. I don't know what the hell was going into my mind. But my friends were like, Rob, do you want to go golfing this weekend? I said, that sounds like a wonderful idea. Where would you like to go golfing? And they said, well, where do you think that we can find a reservation or a tee time? And, they like to golf early because they have kids. Said, well, I made a tee time for 6:45 in the morning on Sunday. I mean, of course I said yes, but damn, I don't know what to do. That's early, guys. That's early. I do not do that early in the morning. But 6:45 in the morning, and that's the start of the tee time. That means that I have to get there to warm up, to do the other stuff. My God, this is going to be a nightmare. And then the other thing about golf, here's another reason to like golf. The golf course is like an airport. Let me explain. When you go to an airport and you see people in the airport at 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll walk by an airport bar and you will undoubtedly see people perched up at the bar with a beer, a Bloody Mary, a vodka tonic, something to that nature. Because it's an airport, and airports are an exception to the rule of it's 5 o'clock. I mean, they are the rule. It's 5 o'clock anywhere, literally globally, but they're an exception to the rule of when it's appropriate to crack your first beverage. That's the airport. And everyone understands it because it's an airport. Golf course, same rules. Same rules. Go on a golf course, and it's like an airport. You can crack a beer on the first hole if you want to. Now, at 6:45, no, I will not be doing that. By 8:45, maybe. Yeah. And then like a sun nap sounds great. See, stop shitting on golf. It's pretty great. Now, all my friends that have kids, the reason they play golf is because at 6:45 in the morning, because it's usually 4 hours. And if they play at 6:45, then they're home by 11:30, and then they can do the family stuff. Me, I get to have my beverages, and then I can lay by the pool. Just saying. It's fun. I have work to do, but sure, why not? That'd be great. Have a good time. 6:45 in the morning. I am dreading this so fucking much. Oh my God, I am so scared. I am so scared. I'm so scared. I'm not really scared. I'm going to basically have to set like 9 alarms at max volume and like see if I can like convince someone to come over and throw like a bucket of water on my head to get me up that early. So, I mean, I say that, but then again, on trial days, I wake up super early anyways. I woke up early today just for no freaking reason because it was trial day. So that is the update on the PGA Tour event. Let's see if we've got super chats to keep up with, and then we can get into other fun stories. Let's see. Oh God, Judy got this. Thank you. Did you hear about the explosion at the cheese factory? There was debris everywhere. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Bop it, voting for a stream of dad jokes. There are so many good ones all around. They're fantastic. And Rasmussen, thank you for the super chats. Very much appreciated. And Rasmussen, again, decaffeinated. Indeed, we're chilling out. Apple Silver, thank you very much. Rob, how do you get an elephant into a Safeway? Take the S out of safe and the F out of way. How do I get an elephant? Why am I F out of way? How do you get an elephant? Why am I dumb right now? How do you get an elephant into a safe way? Take the S out of safe and the F out of way. I don't know. Call me silly. You guys probably get that. Oh, there's no effing way. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. This is post-trial brain, people. I think I told you guys, like, after court hearings, like, you go through this adrenaline dump and you just can't remember your name. We're there, apparently. I didn't realize there was no effing way. There's no effing way. There's no effing way. Jeez, Rob. Oh, my Lord. That was embarrassing. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you very much. I am taking a criminal class with a professor who helped blocked Emir of Dubai buying many ports in Florida. He knows Yasser al-Rumayyan, and he has a concern, RE corruption. I think it's a valid concern. I think there's legitimate reason to look into this and determine whether or not this is, this is a thing the U.S. wants to. Because the thing is, if the U.S. wants to block it, they really can't do too much. What they can do is they can basically say 501c6 exemption status, gone. You are for profit. We're taxing you. You're a private entity. You don't get any other assistance. But do they want to do that? I don't know. So I don't know. Blanca, thank you for becoming a member. JR, thank you very much. I'm an avid golfer, but so much of golf's history and current behavior is so gross. I have no respect for either league. They lost a lot of respect with the players, too. It's been rather interesting seeing the outcries. Jay Monahan, wouldn't want to be him right now. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you very much. PGA versus LIV Golf issue could expose huge levels of corruption and fraud. Wonder how far Congress is willing to go to look under the rug. I don't know either. I was curious they had that hearing at all. I know they want to. Look, Congress will find any reason to have a hearing because they want to hear their own voices. That's why they do it. They're like, this is a controversial topic. I can hear myself talk and I can give that video clip back to my constituents and try to get reelected because that's the only thing I care about. Do I sound fatalistic right now? I think I do. Is it also surprisingly accurate? Also, yes. So, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I was going to do something real quick. Where was it? Let me see here. Had to do something on the administrative front. What do you guys want to do next? Aretha Franklin, or you want to do AI? So we were going Aretha or AI. Sarah Hooks, is there a law and lumber fan group on Facebook like the one for the behavior panel? I don't know. I don't think so. I can take a look. I don't know. I am very naive in the ways of the social medias because I still am a full-time practicing attorney that has cases all the time and a practice to run. And I get behind, which is why I get behind on responding to DMs and emails. That's why I only have like a once a week nightly show or a once a week show. So I don't know. There might be. Is that something you would like, Sarah? If it is, I can look into it. Olivia C, thank you for the super chat. Not much for golf, but some of my team worked on activation at the Rocket Mortgage Classic here in Detroit recently. I met Ricky Fowler. Awesome. Oh, his pose when he won. Oh, God, that was a weight lifted off his shoulder. He's a good dude. He's funny. He's really funny. There's a picture of him. One of my favorite pictures of him is from the Ryder Cup, and I'll pull it up here in a second. Ricky Fowler, Ryder Cup. And it was a picture when the U.S. won. And I don't know if I've pulled this up before, but it's a pretty good photo. It's pretty funny because Ricky Fowler was one of the only people on the team who was left alone. It is one of the best photos ever. The photographer, and the fact that he made eye contact with the photographer right at this photo, it's like everyone else is kissing their wives and girlfriends, and Ricky's like, "Heh, guess I'm cool. This is fine. We're happy." Yeah. Legit. For me, this was like one of the moments where Ricky Fowler, I always liked him, but I was like, "Yeah, dude, you're cool. I love this." It's not even like they were trying. Those are all natural embraces. This is so uncomfortable. I think this became one of the poster images of the Ryder Cup. Oh, it was great. He's great for the sport. He's really funny. Time Lords, can't be drunk all day if you don't start in the morning. Get at it, Rob. That's the goal. Uncivil, what order is required for a commoner to get together with a noble? A writ of man dame us. Oh no. Oh God. Kurt, I finished my golf story. You have an invite in the Twitter sphere. The golf one is complicated, man. I need some time to discuss it. So rather, I need some time to walk through it without interruption so my brain stays focused, because I always screw it up whenever I try to talk about the golf. But if you want to jump on and talk copyright and or Supreme Court cases upcoming, you're welcome to do so. XCDA, thank you very much for the super sticker. So what did we vote on? Did we vote on Aretha Franklin, or did we pick, we say Aretha? Hey, General Juggernaut, I saw your stuff today. I just tried my very bestest. It's just my bestest sometimes isn't the bestest. Doesn't matter. Let's do, how about the Aretha Franklin? That's a pretty quick one. So, Aretha Franklin. Well, Aretha Franklin tragically passed away in 2018. I believe it was 2018. Yeah, August 2018. I thought it was August 2018. Why is it Aretha Franklin? I thought it was August 16th of 2018. Aretha Franklin passing. It was, in fact, August 16th, 2018. Thank you, memory. You did good. Good memory. And when Aretha Franklin passed, she didn't have a fancy, really typed up will. There were just a lot of different documents that were located within her home. So within the months after her passing, we found that there were a lot of docs discovered within the home. And thus began heavy litigation. Where'd you go? Hey, my friend, how are you?
RSPCTT is what it means to me. RESPCT.
Oh, that was a perfect transition, because now that reminds me I need to swoop. I need to swoop. Ready for it? Swoop pose. Swoop pose. Kurt loves the swoop pose, and it makes me happy when he does it. It's like a highlight of my day, seeing Kurt do a swoop pose.
You like that rhythm and damage joke? I actually wrote that myself.
I did love that. Did you like my joke?
It was good, yeah.
See? These are fantastic. It took me a while to get to the
I also came up with the for a good time, because no one else would write that joke except me. So it's like, well, what number can I throw out? Okay, how do I make it funny?
Hey, I thought it was interesting. So, Aretha Franklin, have you heard of this story at all? Out of curiosity? All right. So let's do this. We'll go back in time a little bit to 2019. Now, this is an article by the New York Times. And for those of you that are wondering why it's in the Wayback Machine, well, because the New York Times likes to basically say you can't read my stuff.
Lord. Handwritten documents qualify as wills. Oh, Lord. I'm having bad flashbacks to law school as we speak.
This is going to it gets worse.
So it's a handwritten document. So that's a holographic will.
Several of them, Kurt.
Oh Lord.
Several.
Oh God. Please
Several.
don't make me remember the rules.
You
No.
don't have to. Here, Kurt, you don't have
No.
to, because you don't have to, because the jury already got there. See,
Oh, thank God.
This is the only reason why I'm talking about this now, because we're not in the middle of the dispute anymore. The jury has reached the decision, so we now have a conclusion. We don't have to talk about what makes the will valid or not. But this is a subtle reminder to those of you in the chat who might not have. You might want to take a look at your estate plan if you don't mind. And actually, let me do this, because I realized that I had sound boost up. And when you came in, I just didn't readjust the mics.
There you go. I seem to vaguely recall one case from law school now that I'm having bad flashbacks where a guy was crushed by like a piece of farm equipment. And as he lay dying there, crushed by the farm equipment, somehow managed to scratch, I think possibly in his own blood on the tractor or something like.
There's
my wife, whatever.
cases.
And we had to figure out whether that was a will.
Yeah. So
yeah,
a holographic will, what Kurt is referring to, is a will that technically doesn't meet all of the formalities that are required to create a will. There are several formalities, things that you have to abide by in order to create a will. And it varies from state to state. We're not going to go into every single one of them. Suffice it to say, it's not typewritten. It's not notarized. It's not
in your own
witnessed.
handwriting.
It's in your own handwriting. It is something that you have scribbled on a piece of paper, and you say, I really think that this is the way that I want my estate resolved. The thing is, we give those validity when they express intent.
Sometimes,
akin to a will. Yeah,
some
sometimes.
states recognize them, some states don't.
Yeah. So Aretha
I had law
Franklin
school
passed.
nightmares as I go back to wills, trusts, and estates and have a bad flashback.
I booked wills, trusts, and estates.
It's like you gave me a hit of LSD and I went back 20 years in my mind.
Yeah. And so I booked wills, trusts, and estates, criminal procedure, and family law. Does that surprise you?
No.
Highest grade
good
in law
wills,
school
trusts, and
for this.
estates.
I loved it. It was great.
I managed to get an A in commercial paper, which was pretty badass.
Whoa. I couldn't do that. Yeah, exactly.
Would you like to know what a check is legally?
No, or a draw. No, I don't.
Okay.
Terrible.
Okay. All right.
So at Aretha Franklin's funeral in Detroit a year ago, members of her family dressed in crisp black and white filled an aisle in the Greater Grace Temple as they walked together towards her coffin, a solemn image of unity after the death of their matriarch. But the harmony seems all but lost now, as some of Franklin's closest kin, including her 4 sons, jockey for control of the estate and trade barbs in court over matters as serious as each other's competence and as minor as who gets to drive Franklin's Mercedes-Benz. This is every parent's nightmare. Legit. You have passed and your kids are fighting over, this person isn't competent, but mom promised the Mercedes to me. Hanging in the balance is the value of an estate that some experts estimate could ultimately be worth hundreds of millions of dollars if the family can manage it properly. So there was this dispute that resulted in litigation over the existence of a will. And I crap you not, when Franklin died at age 76, her family believed she had no will. And this is what I'm kind of saying. She was
intestate, hardcore.
Freaking Franklin. She was Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, no,
not having a will. I mean, I get it. I don't, but I do. So under Michigan law, under that would be intestate. So there are 2 ways of passing.
Right.
Testate,
which means there's a will, because there's a testator, the person who wrote the will.
Intestate.
And they call it the last will and testament for a reason.
Yep.
So when you die testate, it means there's a will, and intestate means without will. So,
And without a will, every state has a set of laws that says when someone passes away without a will, when they pass away intestate, then this is how we're going to distribute their property.
Right. And it typically is to your closest living relative. So it would be to your spouse and then to either your parents or child, and you go from there.
Divided on the level of your closest living
Yeah,
relative.
divided on that level. So
Yeah.
if you have
So
more
if you
than one
have
person,
if
it'll
you
be
have
divided
3
evenly.
kids, yeah, if you have 3 kids, it gets divided amongst the 3. If one of the kids passes away, it gets divided amongst the 3 kids, and then that division for the third, for the one that
Yeah.
passed away, gets divided in 2 to the children.
Let's give Rob a chance at some bonus credit. So we start with the parents or children, and we go from there. Now, some states will cut you off at some point, and the state will just take the money. And when they do that, it's called what? It's sheets. You got it. Rob gets the bonus point.
Yes, it is sheets to the state. So at some point in time, after you've exhausted all of the familial relationships you can have, brothers, second cousins, uncles, aunts, everybody, and the list is pretty damn long. If there's nobody else that gets the money, it goes to the state. It is sheets to the state. So yeah, under Michigan law, that meant that her estate would be divided equally among her sons. With that understanding, the sons approved the appointment of the cousin as the estate's personal representative or the executor. Technically, it's personal representative, executors when there's a will. Either way, personal representative is now appointed. They say there's no will. However, this gets complicated because, go figure, when they start moving stuff out of the home, they start finding paper.
Oh, God.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Where
Lord.
was it? So then they start fighting over whether people are competent or not. Where was it? Dang it.
Well, presumably it would be Aretha, whether she was competent. Right? Because
the wills change up. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. So, but if any will is accepted by the probate judge overseeing the estate, the formula for the distribution changes.
Yep.
They found a lot of documents.
Great.
I think 16.
And the documents contradict each other, don't they?
Oh, they did. They really did.
I bet just for extra fun, they're undated.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So good times. Had by all.
It was a great time, which is why a case that was like a passing in 2018 is just now getting to resolution of, is this the valid will?
Sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. So let's go here. A handwritten document found on Aretha Franklin's couch cushion is a valid will determining the late Queen of Soul's wishes, Michigan jury found on Tuesday, according to local Detroit Free Press paper. A famously private person, when Franklin died 5 years ago at the age of 76, she left no formal will, but hand-scrawled documents discovered later in her Detroit home fueled dispute among her 4 sons.
This is a bad bar exam problem right now. This is a bad bar exam problem.
Do you want to see how it gets better? You want to see a page?
Sure.
Pages?
Please do. Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Huh? So, like, pop quiz.
Yeah.
You're
first I have to translate it into English.
Yes. And then
Wickford CT will remain in
the custody of my
and
son.
ownership of my son.
And
you can't own a person.
But I don't know if it's a person. Let me see if I can't zoom in on this one a little
son
bit.
Something plus
taxes to be paid, something firm Bluefield.
Negotiated by Scott, somebody that looks like a law firm name. Yeah, firm Bloomingfield. Tax to be paid for by my sons.
Then there's using monthly allowance to cover all related. So here I can read this. Using monthly allowance to my son to cover all related utility bills, upkeep, maintenance, and taxes.
Yeah.
Property taxes, township taxes, allowance.
Why this took a couple years to resolve. This looks like it. This looks like something that might resemble the form of a will.
This is page 1 of 16.
Great. That's great.
One of 16 pages.
Great.
Like all the pages of this. And then imagine the battle of the experts over what the handwriting says. They literally probably had experts on the stand testifying whether this was this right, like here was a U, or whether it was intended to, whether it wasn't intended to be a U because of some swirl mark. Yeah. Like I said, every parent's like worst nightmare that the kids are left
Okay,
behind.
friends. Here's a concept. If you'd like to have a will, probably contact a lawyer and just have it drawn up.
Please do.
So we don't have to go fight over this.
This page, like one of 16 that exists in the world. Oh,
Is that E. Franklin at the top? Did she sign it? Did she sign the top of the page? Is that what that is?
She
Is that
signed.
signature?
She.
Oh,
they're
God.
holographic. She did pretty good as far as expressing intention that it.
Do
be
we have to get to
considered
whether
as a
signing at the
will.
top of the page counts or not? I remember
No.
one case from law school where they didn't sign it, but it was handwritten.
They put their mark.
And so they wrote their name and I, Kurt Mueller, hereby bequeath. And there was an argument over whether that counted as a signature or not.
So it gets so bad that you can destroy a will in Virginia. You can by physical destruction. So you can revoke a will by physically destroying it. There is a case on the books that someone threw their will into a fire.
And it survived.
And the fire burned like all but like a third of the top of the document.
I love it.
And the precedent that was set is that we say you can destroy it, but we presume that the person who seeks to destroy will actually carry out and destroy. So by evidence that the fact that the document still remains, at least in part, we find that they didn't have the intent to destroy the will.
So the whole thing is still good, including the 2/3 that are burned.
Because here's how it came
up.
No,
I get it. Now my next question is, how do we know what the 2/3 are? Are we going to try to magic this?
Kids presented a copy. The kids presented a copy.
There's a copy somewhere. Okay.
The kids said, "Here's a copy."
Okay.
And then the other person who came to produce it said, "No, they destroyed it, and here's the remnants of the destruction." And the Supreme Court goes, "We presume that when we wrote destroy and manifest the intention to destroy, they actually destroy." So I have told clients this story repeatedly, like, don't mess around with that destroying it thing. Like, call your damn lawyer.
If you merely throw it in the trash, does that count as destruction? Is there a case on that?
Nope. You have to destroy. It's physical destruction. Virginia still views it as physical destruction. Every state varies, but so
great. Yeah, that's great.
I will RESPECT her singing any fucking day. The decision about the multiple.
Are we sure we know what state she's domiciled in? Can we have an argument over that? That'd be good while we're at it.
I don't think so, but we get back to this part. So one of them was.
Are we sure we're in the right court?
Oh God, it gets worse. So here's what she ends up going through. So the 16 pages. Here's why. The papers appear to distribute assets, including real estate, jewelry, furs, stereo equipment, and music royalties to her family members. Imagine bestowing and bequeathing royalties to music by handwritten holographic will. Are you out of your, this is wild.
Seems, yeah.
Oh, so some of them had dates.
Wrong.
Look, this one had a date. One, dated 2010, was discovered in a locked cabinet. Another, 4 years later, was found under the couch cushions. Two of her sons favored the 2014 one under the couch cushions. Others said the 2010 in the cabinet was more legitimate. This is freaking.
I've seen that given focus as a figure which said A. Franklin include a smiley face in the first initial.
Wait a minute. I didn't see that part. Of significant focus in the trial was on a signature of the 2014 document, which said A. Franklin and included a smiley face in the first initial. Was characteristic of his mother's writing. Are you kidding me?
Sure.
They deliberated an hour, 6-person jury.
They're able to figure this out in an hour?
I don't know how. What? What the fuck? This
Okay.
case is wild.
Yeah, no, this is some bad flashbacks, man, right now.
And this
Holographic
is
will, which
why
apparently they honor. Unwitnessed. Yeah.
Oh, it gets worse. So here's some of the comments from the attorney.
Uh-huh.
So this is, I think, the attorney for Craig Smith pointed to the first line of the document, which is displayed on 4 large posters in front of the jury. God, they blew it up in front of the jury.
Of course they did. Of course they did. What are you fool? Of course they did. They got the big paper. Big things.
Just the big theater. I can even imagine the attorney being so dramatic in reading this too. I'm about to get to that line, but imagine an attorney standing in front of a massive blown up image of a handwritten document and delivering this knockout punch. Ready? Knockout punch, big document, says right here, this is my will. She's speaking from the grave, folks. Oh my God, vomit. Fuck. Just, and people think that family law attorneys are bad. This is murder. Oh.
Yeah.
This is also why you have courts, because the thing is, without a court, who's going to decide this crap? Who's going to figure this out?
Now I'm having bad flashbacks to remembering that New York didn't adopt a simultaneous death rule when it came.
Oh no, they don't have one?
No, at least they didn't. Yeah, they didn't adopt it.
Is there case law interpretation of it?
Yeah, at least at least as far back as like 10 years ago, it's like you die 5 seconds before someone else, man. There's no simultaneous death rule.
Okay, so the simultaneous death rule in the chat
Yeah.
is that when people die within a period of time that makes it impossible to determine which passed before the other, they are both deemed to reciprocally predecease the other.
Yeah, they both die first.
Yeah,
and typically it's 5 days in most states. So if this is what comes open most often in marriage relationships, car crashes, disasters, and also because not infrequently, especially if people are older, one person will die from the pain and loneliness or stress of it within some certain period. So if we didn't have that, what would happen is whoever died. So, the rule typically would be like, if I die and I'm married, then my wife inherits everything. If she dies first, I inherit everything. Well, why is that a problem? Because what do our wills show, right? So my will, let's say that we have 3 kids from different marriages.
That one. So that one. You have to do different marriages. That's the only way the hypothetical.
Well, that'll be how it would most often pop up. I mean, maybe I don't like one of my kids as much, but whatever, But anyways, so let's say that, yeah. Maybe I don't like one of the kids as much as my wife, so I'm not. Okay. I'm not really
got it. We're there.
Yeah.
We're there.
Okay. Yeah. So let's say that we are, let's say that we are each bringing a child into the marriage, and my will says everything to my child, and her will says everything to her child. So if she dies first, I get everything, then my child gets everything, so her child gets nothing, and vice versa. So one of the two of them is going to be really upset. So one of the ways we solved this problem was by saying, okay, we'll just pretend both deceased died first. And so their assets basically because the wife died before the husband, the assets can't go to the wife because she's dead, and because the husband's dead, the wife's assets, so they both will go to their respective children.
Yep.
New York didn't adopt that rule. So New York is like, well, whoever dies first is fine. So if 2 people get shot in a parking lot, who bled out first? Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we know more about wills than we ever wanted to know. The chat has been...
No, there's the other part, which is the one that is really relevant to another case that we're covering, the Corey Richards case, the Slayer statute.
Ooh, Slayer statute. That's good.
Yeah, see, and it's still called the Slayer statute in Utah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I love it. You got it. You got to call it as it is. You got to, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
You're going to deprive people of... of their entitlement to a will or estate. This is a question my law partner asked me about the Slayer statute.
Mhm.
Is that due process? The preponderance of the evidence and deprivation of rights, especially if it's a right, say, for example, I know that the Slayer statute can actually overcome a tenancy by entirety designation
Mhm.
on real
Mhm.
estate.
Mhm.
How, though? Real estate is generally treated very special.
Who owns Blackacre?
Yeah, who owns Blackacre?
Mhm.
Blackacre is, by the way, for anyone in the chat that's not been in law school or been tortured by that, Blackacre is
Mhm.
what they describe as every parcel of land ever in every law school hypothetical.
Yeah, it is the piece of land where everything goes wrong.
Everything goes wrong on Blackacre.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like the
Yeah.
reasonable man. The reasonable
Yeah.
man is always in trouble. There's
Yeah.
always a problem. Everything has to do with it. But
Yeah.
oh, is this true? New York has accepted the 2011 revision of the Uniform Commercial Code. Seriously?
You got me on that one.
Wow. So
That's a
they're
little
just
hyper-specific.
that's a whole lot of case law you got to remember.
Louisiana didn't adopt UCC2, which I think is insane.
Wait, so what do they go? Are they common law?
I guess it's probably in their constitution because Louisiana has everything in their constitution. Louisiana's constitution is one of the longest in the world. It goes on forever.
Can I ask you a very brief favor? Because I got to run to
Sure.
the restroom real quick.
Sure.
Can you explain, like, because people sometimes don't understand about why states adopt certain model statutes
Uh-huh.
and what happens when they don't adopt a model statute?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
It's
I
easy.
can talk about this for a while. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about some of the reformations that were done in law. So most things being in statute books, most of the criminal law, for example, in particular, and a lot of other law for that matter, wasn't as much in the statute books if you go back to, say, the mid 20th century, as you would expect. So common law is basically the decisions that have been made over time. So a lot of law, it was not on the books, as it were. It was in case law. And so I believe it's true, although I'd have to double check. Like, for example, just to prove the point, Maryland doesn't have a standard murder law on the books. They had one for capital murder, which they don't have the death penalty anymore, but still, right? But they don't actually have one for what you would consider second degree murder. It's not in statute. It's common law. It still is. That aspect of that is not as uncommon if you go back to like the mid 20th century. So in the mid 20th century, there was reform efforts to make a lot of more things in code, which is codify. If you've ever heard that term, to codify, it just means to make it into the books. And as part of that effort, there was also efforts to uniform some of the law, in particular, for example, commercial law. With respect, for example, when we talk about UCC2, dealing with the trade of goods. So, you and I want to buy and sell a thing, wheats, tires, cherries, whatever, right? So as we're trading from state to state, each state would have its own rules as it relates to the lawful buying, lawful selling, lawful trading of goods, which obviously made things more complicated as interstate commerce was increasing more and more in the mid 20th century due to, for example, the increased use of air travel and, the interstate highway, for example, in the aftermath of World War II,
Start with trains.
Trains made interstate trade a lot more common than it was. So as part of a lot of that thing, there was a movement to try to uniform the law, and that's why they're called uniform, like the Uniform Commercial Code. So, for example, every state except Louisiana, for some reason, adopted UCC2, and there's other UCCs, like UCC9 deals with secured transactions, UCC7 deals with like checks and commercial paper, and there's rules. So while the interpretation of those rules will differ a little bit from state to state, like the text is the same, like on it, and so they're more close together than they were in the past. So it's more predictable. And also as a result of that, the criminal law became more uniform. This is where the idea of the knowledge requirement as we sort of know it today sort of got adopted, where we have the 4-part, like purpose, knowledge, recklessness, negligence, right? Those 4 things that came from the model penal code. And a lot of states didn't adopt the model penal code when it came to criminal law, but
they revised their own statutes.
Yeah, but it was
based off of
heavily influenced by the model penal code, so that if you know the model penal code, you're 80% of your way home on criminal law in pretty much most of the states. So that and when a state doesn't adopt it, for example, Louisiana with UCC2 with goods, it necessarily means any trade with Louisiana gets more complicated because now they have a different set of rules than everyone else, and so life gets more difficult. So it would be comparable to trading between different countries, because different countries have different rules when it comes to it, and having to have compliance with respect to each country.
Yeah, and then proposing a treaty between the countries under which both of you would operate, and countries would
so that
adopt
also
the
was
treaty,
the
and
same
if they
time period that
adopted
the
treaty.
Right. That was the same time period the WTO came along, because for the same reason, as there's more international travel, as there's more interstate highways in the world, as we have more commercial traffic, as the world is getting smaller, the country, all the countries of the world needed to have closer relationships. So we invented this thing called the WTO, which I think 197 countries wound up joining, so that there could be at least some modicum of uniformity with international trade, so that everyone could roughly understand that we're playing by something vaguely comparing the same rules.
I
And
like
it's
that
also
you
one of the
did
reasons
roughly
why
and vaguely in the same sentence, because that's about accurate.
Yeah, I'm trying to couch my language a little bit to, it's also one of the reasons the European Union is kind of a thing, because for the same reasons they wanted to have more uniform trading rules, and because of all those, because of the First World War II. So that's a lot of history and a lot of history of law. So I hope that answers Rob's question.
It does, but it also leads to a lot of questions about the wills, because a lot of wills, trusts, and estates are by model code. Like, so there's model provisions that were passed by a bunch of very smart people who said, we're going to get together and consolidate all we know about wills and trusts.
Yeah.
And we're going to say, this is what we think the law should be. And different states went about and they were like, we like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, but we don't like all of it. So we're going to take a couple of pieces.
Yeah.
I don't know how many states. I don't think any of them have adopted it in full.
No. And not all the uniform codes were particularly successful, because on my bar exam, there was a question on the uniform rule against perpetuities. And I was taking the bar exam. I'm like, what the F is the uniform rule against perpetuities? What the F is that? So I looked it up after the fact, and all of Kansas has adopted the uniform rule against perpetuities, which is why I didn't know it. Uniform being one state.
Why is rule of perpetuities like it is LawTube's favorite thing to ever bring up?
Because it's hard and complicated. I once saw an ethics case in California where attorneys who specialized in it screwed it up, and the court let them off on malpractice on the rationale that it's so complicated, even attorneys in the trade shouldn't be expected to understand it.
It's that fucking stupid. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
There's a legitimate reason to have it. You can't just bestow something indefinitely forever. There has to be an endpoint to some device.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's not a reason for it. I'm just saying that only Kansas adopted the uniform rule. So, okay. The only difference between the uniform rule and the non-uniform year is that the uniform rule has an 80-year hard cutoff, which, okay.
Oh,
that's the only difference.
That makes the analysis a little bit easier. I just wait for 80 years.
Yeah. If you wait 80 years, then the answer is wait 80 years, and now I know what the answer is. Yeah.
Wait 80 years, we're done.
Yeah.
No.
So.
I did laugh because I watched a little bit of Emily's stream earlier this week, and she asked ChatGPT to give a summary of the rule against perpetuities.
Ooh.
And ChatGPT did a good job.
Okay.
It did a good job. And she promptly remembered. She goes, didn't Rob almost recite that like after like 9-level burning wings? I said, I got close. I'm thinking I got close.
You did good.
This is the fun that we get to have. This is the fun that we get to have on the interwebs. This
it's all fun. I like fun.
Oh God,
I like fun. I had a nice 4-hour stream today with Andrea, just geeking out hard on.
I heard what you covered.
The Coleman case, dealing with true threats. And we geeked out for 4 hours straight. It was great.
4 hours, my friend.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Andrea
time.
is really smart, and she's
wicked
also
smart.
she is wicked smart, but she also doesn't. She's careful. She is not going to give you an opinion until she's actually researched it. I always appreciate her takes on stuff because I know that when she goes out and makes a video, she's researched it very thoroughly. I think that's probably a fun watch. That was earlier today on your stream?
Oh, yeah.
10:30?
Yeah, something like 10 o'clock, but yeah. It was 10 a.m. because Andrea was
saying
West
that
Coast,
she was,
so it was 8 a.m. for
she was
her.
rapping?
So Andrea
Was
got
she
on at 8
rapping?
in the morning. No, there was no rapping involved.
Okay. So
Some people are saying I need to do the rap against the rule against perpetuities. If someone provides me text, I will do my best rapping. Or I could just come up with a rap.
No.
I'm from the rule of
hang on.
perpetuities, and I'm here to say you can't divest
Nope.
trust in a random way.
I
Wicca.
logged off right around this time because Emily had a ukulele out because she was talking about a certain YouTube creator who was using the ukulele.
I know this one. Yes. Can we
Yep.
see it? Can we watch it together?
No, we cannot because she's been copyright hitting fucking everyone that's talked about it. I don't want to deal with it. I know
the
it's
ukulele
not valid.
girl?
Oh yeah.
Oh, screw her, man. It's fair use. Screw her. Let her come out.
I know, but she's been disputing every single one. I'm not going to do it, but Emily was
I'll offer
going
lots
through.
of critique and commentary. I'll offer so much critique and commentary. I have thoughts.
Oh God. Why is it a debate? It's not a debate. Just don't text.
I'm still mad at
keep
Eliza
your-
Blue for copywriting everyone.
It was stupid. But Emily had her ukulele and she was teasing this person. Wait, did she really claim that hang on. Because Emily brought out the ukulele. I watched this members only.
Yeah, she posted about it on YouTube, and whoever owned it said they weren't behind it, so it was a fake claim by somebody.
Oh
God. Yeah, I saw her Twitter post about it.
Oh my God.
I think we need to see it. We need to see the rep. You get enough members only chat to deal with the monetization of this stream.
Oh, I'm not.
Do it for the
doing
cause.
I don't want to mess with it. You want to check out Colleen Ballinger? Go ahead and do it. Also, to be candid, I have zero interest in listening to that woman say that. I have listened to that audio twice, and I don't think I can stomach listening to it again.
I'm not sure why not. I mean, it's just a work of artistic genius, and I think we should appreciate it.
Oh no, it's a work of just gaslighting beyond gaslighting. But Emily was using her son's ukulele, had gone through that, and then was having conversation with ChatGPT, asked ChatGPT for a summary of what
gossip train.
Oh,
Welcome aboard the toxic gossip train. Toxic gossip train. Hey.
I need a harmonica. I need you know what I need? I need one of those recorders. So the really obnoxious loud ones.
Yes.
The really obnoxious ones where you like hot cross buns, you learn how to play the da 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 like loud. There's one volume to play that. Loud AF. But Emily Baker asked ChatGPT to give a summary of the rule against perpetuities. And it did. And it did a decent job. And then Emily typed in one more prompt that was one more sentence. Can you do it in song format?
Oh, yeah. No, I want to see the song format.
Yeah.
I'll sing it for you.
I need to find this. I don't do ChatGPT because I honestly just, it's a time.
I use
thing. It's a
ChatGPT to
learning
help me
curve.
with my YouTube titles. It seems to help create
Really?
better titles than I can. Yeah.
Well, so do you open it up? Can you type in a prompt?
Sure, I can. It won't be the same thing as Emily did, but yeah, I could type in a prompt. I'll get something different than she did.
Yeah, sure. But different is not bad. Different is good. Different is curious.
Yeah, okay.
When you pull it up, do you want to share it? Can we share it?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Give me a second to log in.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm not going to play Emily's video. I'm not going to poach her content. I don't poach Kurt's content. I don't poach other people's content.
We can. It's to show love, right? It's not poaching content.
It's the love. Yeah. And also Emily did, I think, on members only. So I'm not gonna do that.
All right, let's see. Hold on.
Oh, we need to say to ChatGPT. Okay, hang on. Ready?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So you can see all my various YouTube titles and various things,
cool.
and then I do it for Legal News Roundup and how to create various descriptors and rewriting requests and all kinds of stuff. So,
Dude, I have to figure out how to do this. I need to
yeah.
do a private StreamYard session where you just show me how to do this, because this is cool.
This is good. This is good stuff. This is good
All right,
stuff. So
so
let's see. So what do you want?
Let's start by telling it that we are trying to determine what makes a valid holographic will. Oh, this is good. This is gonna be funny. Holographic will, handwritten. Oh, that's not too bad. Look at this. The typical requirements. Okay, I am underestimating this tool. So a holographic will is a handwritten and testator signed document. Well, that's an improper state. Well, I guess it is a testator if it's a holographic will, and is an alternative to a will produced by a lawyer, although it is best to consult with a lawyer.
Sorry, the people in chat wanted it bigger, so just make
Perfect.
it
Or a
bigger.
professional when creating a will. A holographic will can be considered legal and valid in certain jurisdictions if it meets specific requirements. However, please note that these are new prompts. This last sentence, this is new after they've been sued 9 million times. However, please note that the laws and requirements can vary widely from one jurisdiction to another, and you should always verify the laws in your specific location. Here are the requirements typically for a holographic will. You have 1, handwritten by the testator. 2, signed by the testator. 3, the testator's intent. It must be a donative intent. 4, the capacity. They must have capacity to sign the document. 5, no witnesses. You can have witnesses, but you don't need them in a holographic will. And then 6, legal compliance. Should comply. Well, that's the caveat. That caveat kind of is, it should be legal.
Yeah.
The will should comply with the laws of the jurisdiction where the testator resides or where the will is likely to be probated. Well,
Yeah.
that kind of says talk to a lawyer. And then there's another disclosure. So can you ask ChatGPT if there's any possibility of putting that into a song format?
Okay. Yeah. Any particular genre of song?
What would you call Frank Sinatra, the genre of
Just ask it
lounge
that
singer?
way.
Lounge singer.
I could just ask it written by Frank Sinatra.
Perfect. Oh no. Oh my God.
Out here in this big world, there's a tale to tell of the last wishes of men. Let's tell it well. It's about a note in your own handwriting, known as a holographic will. It's quite enlightening. Write it down. Make your wishes known in your own handwriting, your words alone. Sign it at the end, let it be seen. That's your testament, your final scene.
Oh, hang on, let me try one. Are you of age? Are you sound of mind? Understand your property of every kind. Your will should be clear, should sparkle like a gem. It's your last word, not just a memorandum. Sign it down. Your intent is so clear in your own handwriting. Have no fear. Let it be known to your next of kin. In this song of testament, it's where we begin. Wow, this is just terrible.
In Song of Testament, it's where we begin.
Dun, 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 dun.
In some places, need no witness to view, but in others there might be need one or two. Check your laws, ensure they applied. The song won't let you astray, it'll be your guide. So write it down, let your wishes fly.
Oh, this is great.
In your handwriting, it's under the sky. No need to hide, no need for a code. This is your song.
Oh, yes.
Your last abode.
This is Frank's advice. No need to rehearse. In this song of life, you've got to put your will first. Remember the rules. Let them ring in your holographic will. Let your wishes sing.
Yeah.
My word.
Yeah. So you want to ask it anything else?
I don't know. Oh, this is too good. Wait, hang on. Preview. Here's a good one. This is a good one. You might see where I'm going with this one.
We're doing dad jokes now?
Can you ask it to provide a deep or a thorough summary of the book, quote, The Bedwetter, by the author, Bedwetter, yeah, by the author, Sarah Silverman.
Yeah.
All right.
See if it does that one.
Oh, there we go. It did it. So how long did it go?
5 paragraphs. I could ask it to write more.
Okay. Well, hang on. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that in 1 second. I got to swoop because we are on to our next topic. Swoop face. Okay. So why are we talking about this one? Sarah Silverman, The Bedwetter.
Mm-hmm.
We'll scroll up a bit. So this was ChatGPT. Oh, yeah, good. Oh, there you go. Can I sue ChatGPT for copyright infringement? You misspelled infringement. Infringement. Oh, wait, this is good. Wait. So Kurt's question was, can I sue ChatGPT for copyright infringement? The answer, for those of you who are not reading, as an artificial intelligence developed by OpenAI, ChatGPT doesn't have a legal status or personality and therefore can't be sued directly. Very bold of you, ChatGPT, to say that. However, it's worth noting that AI tools like ChatGPT are designed to generate content based on a large data set of information, including freely available text from the internet. That's insulating content. You are trying to distance yourself from copyright claim. They don't, quote, know the specifics of the documents in their training set and do not have the ability to access or use copyrighted databases, or so you say. Specific documents, books, or other protected materials, unless those materials were included in the training data and the use of such data was properly licensed, as you claim. Regarding the generation of potentially infringing content, responsibility could likely fall to the user employing the AI tool or in some cases, the entity that owns or deploys the AI, depending on the exact circumstances and local laws. This is user beware. You might be the one that's doing the copyright infringing. Remember that copyright laws vary by country and can be quite complex. If you believe your copyright has been infringed upon, you should consult with a legal professional who can provide guidance based on your specific situation and local laws. As of my knowledge cutoff in September of 2021, OpenAI has policies and practices in place to respect copyright laws and intellectual property rights. If you have specific concerns, I would recommend reaching out to OpenAI directly. Well, that's very curious. I think that's fascinating. Kurt, I'm going to share something that I don't know if you've seen or not, but it's a fun exploration. And by fun exploration, I mean we're going back to the United States Senate. I know it's miserable. I hate it. You hate it. We all hate it, but we're going to live through it together. This time, we're going to have fun with the U.S. Senate because Senator Chris Coons is the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, or IP Subcommittee on AI and Copyright Law. And in a hearing today, or in a hearing this week, rather, you know what? When you realize how well I strung together this last 5 minutes, you're going to be impressed.
Yeah.
You're going to be impressed.
They have nerfed ChatGPT a little recently. It's not quite as good as when it first came out. So.
Okay. So, Kurt, you're being asked by Kristen to please check your P.O. box. Rob has a photo of what I sent. Rob, don't show him, but in case you want to see. Oh, I'm going to look that up, but I'm not going to show him. Thank you, Kristen M96. Kristen M96, obviously, and most importantly, is the creator of my robot Jerry box, all of my different robots, including Kurtbot, who's sitting up there proudly in the top right corner of the Jerry box, looking over the shoulders of all of us as we are watching. But yes, very generous of you. Thank you, Kristen. So, Senate hearing on artificial intelligence. A little bit different. Not a lot of senators chose to show up for this one. All those chairs are pretty empty. A lot in the audience. So let's see what happens.
Marks, I'd like to ask that we play just a little clip of something to frame the challenges of this topic.
Before we play this, AI generated public session of the U.S. Senate. So public information played for the public discourse, commenting on copyright law, formation of law, like everything that we could possibly be saying about what's about to play and why it's fair use.
Made with the permission of all the relevant rights holders.
Which includes permission for rebroadcasting because this is also public content. So just saying.
It's from the U.S. Congress. So
Start spreading the news. AI's got something to say. It's coding it its own way, learning the rules today. These digital minds, they're making the headlines, creating new sounds and rhymes in a world with tech combined. AI.
Thank you.
Yep. You see how streamlined that was? That was like, I did in the tone of Frank Sinatra. We went from wills to AI to Frank Sinatra to more AI. Oh, come on. Yeah, it was terrible. Yes, it was terrible. Here's the thing. Yes, it was terrible. Who wrote this? Yes, it was bad. That was a U.S. senator. Let me tell you about how much technological prowess they have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot.
No.
No. So that was a
Ironically, the internet is a series of tubes. Wasn't too bad for Congress. I mean, kind of a little bit. It's not the worst description I've ever heard.
Just describing anything to them. The best was when the hearing. Did you watch the hearing on the TikTok on the
that was pretty bad.
Debate?
That was pretty bad.
That was
pretty bad.
Horrible. Can it access your home Wi-Fi router? Yes, that's the access to the internet which it runs off of. No, but can it access it? I don't understand your question.
Yeah. Yes, no,
maybe. So that was a senator who plugged in AI, give me a song in the voice of Frank Sinatra and make it sing. That was a little stupid thing done by the U.S. Senate. And that hearing,
narrow that way down.
I know. I get it. It was done by one senator in that subcommittee for this very limited purpose to make a point before the start of the hearing. And the hearing was on, well, you and I have talked about this quite a bit, copyright and AI. How do we, what do we do? What do we do?
I don't know. No one knows.
And that was the point of the entire video when he made that little song. That was the point. What do we do? Did you ever anticipate that this is where we would be?
By the time Congress or anyone else in the federal government does anything about it, it'll be way too late, is my view.
Yes.
They can't act fast enough. It'll take them 5 years and they'll be too late.
Well, it's a perfect point because when I talked to you about this when we talked about one of the AI, remember the Joe Rogan thing? With Joe Rogan reading the commercial in Spanish?
Yeah.
And the AI generated a voice. How it was completely his
voice.
Yeah,
no, those voices, some of those voices can be really good.
It was perfect. And that was, 2 months ago?
Yep.
And here you have a senator who's trying to make a point and is at least 2 to 4 months behind on any of the tech, trying to explain what could happen. So, I don't know, but Sarah Silverman filed a lawsuit with several others on a copyright claim. And I know that others have covered it, but I don't particularly think that she has a whole lot here. So I don't know if you have a different take on it. Have you looked at this lawsuit yet?
No, not in particular. The last one I looked at in detail was Getty Images.
Oh, tell me the Getty Images one. What was that one?
Exactly what you would kind of expect, that they scraped our data. They've taken millions of images that are copyrighted and owned by Getty and reused them and repurposed them and violated our terms of service. Kind of what you'd expect.
But how do you get around the derivative modifications and changes to the original work?
So I think the Supreme Court, at least, it's reading between the lines, and I'll admit that much. But there was the case Andy Warhol this term that dealt with copyright issue, and the consensus in the IP community beforehand, like 30 years ago, give or take, it was commerciality. Like, is it commercial or not?
Yeah.
And what's the
and you profit off of it?
Give or take about 30 years ago, it changed to whether or not it was transformative, and that became increasingly the most important test, and actually kind of dispositive. So if it was sufficiently transformative, you were kind of done. So before the Andy Warhol Foundation case, my opinion would have been, this is so transformative, which I think is a reasonable opinion, that it was not copyright infringement. In Andy Warhol, the Supreme Court revivified and breathed new life into the older case law dealing with commerciality, basically saying in so many words, well, we never overruled it in the first place, which is true enough. And so you guys have kind of been ignoring our older case law, and you guys got to reconsider commerciality. And although they didn't say so,
you placed too much focus on one factor.
Yeah.
Because you felt like that was the important one, but not on commerciality.
Yeah. And although they never said so at any part of the opinion, I think they might have done it at least in part because of this AI technology. Because when you start looking at commerciality, obviously things like, well, Getty Images, first of all, as commercial as you can possibly be. It's all commercial.
Yes, but also
and
look at
ChatGPT is
volume.
commercial, and
But look
so
at volume. If it's
Yeah.
scraping,
yeah,
if it's scraping off of Getty Images, what is it? There's Flickr, SmugMug. What are the other ones? The other big owners of
Flickr is the
images?
big one that used to be around. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if it's scraping off of all of them, the volume of images, what is the commercial use? What's the commercial value of a single image when you're using a million of them to create a derivative work?
Well, I don't know. But, when you're taking millions of works, which you are in the case of Getty Images, and taking them to produce millions of works, that's potentially problematic. So I think the analysis, I'm less certain than I would have been before Andy Warhol. The answer is a clear win for OpenAI. So, but I also think to some degree, again, it's kind of not going to matter because the technology is moving so fast. It takes 5 years to get to the Supreme Court. And again, by the time the Supreme Court does anything about it, or Congress does anything about it, is any of this going to matter anymore?
Yeah, it's scary. It's really pretty scary how fast the tech is developing and how, honestly, how really slow and stupid politicians are. And I apologize if I offended anybody because I usually don't use that type of language, but my God. If they cared about anything other than their own survival, then they would at least have the ability to keep up with some of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than just bash each other's heads in. Why don't you look at something that's changing the world as we know it, as we see it?
The problem also is that the government, as a general proposition, tends to be very reactive instead of proactive. And human beings in general, I think, are more reactive in general. So we tend not to really solve problems until there's a problem. You don't pass the first regulations dealing with airplanes until the first airplane crash, and so forth, right? So
but
they're not really going to do anything until there's a real problem, at which point it's
the converse of that is that the second the first airplane crashes, what does Congress do? Pass all the laws over all the airplanes that could ever possibly crash at any point in time in the future.
Yeah.
It's like you have one opportunity, one shot. You got, there's vomit on your sweater already. It's mom's spaghetti. You got one shot. So you just pass all the laws at one time.
Reference. Mm-hmm.
Runkle chiming in, if I offended a politician, goals. Runkle, don't forget that I remember your last will and testament, which in my mind is a holographic will and testament, that if you were to pass away before I pass away, I am to find your ashes, put them in a box with a fan that has a hair trigger tied to a piece of tape on the outside of the box and send it to somebody. You have to remind me who in Parliament, somebody in the Canadian Parliament, to open, so that when they open said box, the fan spreads said ashes on the person. We just learned a lot about holographic wills. Put it in writing.
You have this in writing?
No, it's not there yet.
Okay, well, it's kind of a problem.
That's what I'm telling him. If he wants that to be his goal.
No.
We just learned about this. I mean, as a prime minister. No, he said his ashes. Oh. No. No. Ian, no. No. I reject your proposal. No. No trash bags or hand warmers. So, anyways, Sarah Silverman filed a lawsuit along with a couple others against OpenAI. And this is one of, how many are we up to? Like 20 lawsuits against OpenAI?
Sounds about right.
So plaintiff Sarah Silverman.
They're all the same. They're all the same lawsuit.
They are. They are. Copyright infringement, violations of 1202B,
Right of
of the
publicity,
DMCA,
yeah, right of, you know,
yeah, etc.
various
So,
consumer protection laws in California, Illinois, New York.
yeah, ChatGPT, rather than being programmed in the traditional way, that right there, you're losing me. What does that even mean? A large language model is trained by copying massive amounts of text and extracting expressive information from it.
Yeah,
You,
that's
like
how a
you
lot
mean
of
you
stuff
mean
is programmed.
like a human? Like when
Like a lot of neural
person?
networks.
Yeah, exactly. It's a neural network. So it's the training. So here's my problem with some of this argument that Sarah Silverman is bringing forward. If I am a person and I go to I just read a lot of books. I read a lot of books, and therefore I amass a very significant amount of knowledge from these books. And let's say I have a photographic or an eidetic memory. And we all sit down in a room and you say, Rob, what are the best books you've read this past year? And me and an eidetic memory or a photographic memory can basically recite the books that I read in the last year and give you a summary of them. Did I infringe copyright? No, I just learned by natural process in human means of digesting information, and my brain took it in, processed it, and regurgitated it in a format that changed what I read into something that you could understand.
Yeah.
So we're teaching computers to do that. Read a crap ton, more than any human could read, but then process the information like the dude that's sitting at a campfire answering the question, give me a summary of the book you read last week. The law is not built for this. It's not at a stage where it can understand this. I don't think the statutes can. I mean, honestly, I think the statutes side against her, but that's just me. It's a training data set. Once a large language model has copied and ingested, what a weird word, ingested the text in its training data set, it is able to emit convincingly naturalistic text outputs in response to user prompts. Well, we just saw the results of that. We learned about holographic wills in song format. A large language model's output is therefore entirely and uniquely reliant on the material it is in its training data set. Well, so is every freaking human ever.
Yep.
Every time it assembles a text output, the model relies on the information extracted from its training data set. Again, so is every human ever in any conversation ever since you were born. You learned the words mama from your parents.
I learned it from Queen.
Oh, God. Did you have that ready? How did you get there that quick?
I'm always ready, Rob.
Mama, I just killed a man. Oh no, that was stuck in my head. I learned the word mama from Queen. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay. Plaintiff are authors of books, therefore conveyors of knowledge. Okay, cool. Plato would have a word with you. We recite his words all the time too. Plaintiffs and class members have registered copyrights in the books they published. Plaintiffs and class members did not consent to the use of their copyrighted books as training material for ChatGPT. Here's the thing. If one person purchased your book and that person was a college professor and read that book through and through, and they incorporated something from that book in their teaching next semester, would you have the same lawsuit? I don't think you would.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, their copyrighted materials were ingested and used to train ChatGPT. Indeed, when ChatGPT is prompted, ChatGPT generates summaries of the plaintiff's copyrighted works, something only possible if ChatGPT was trained on plaintiff's copyrighted works. You mean it read it and digested it? I get the point that she's making, and there's a weird middle ground here that the law does not really embrace. Defendants by and through the use of ChatGPT benefit commercial and profit richly from the use of plaintiffs' and class members' copyrighted materials. So that's the crux of the lawsuit. Kurt, did you have thoughts on the merits of this one? Because I don't want to.
I think the merits are the same. I think it's the same underlying merits as all these lawsuits, and it goes back to this thing I was trying to describe earlier with this whole like Andy Warhol thing, which I think has been teed up for the possibility of changing the game. Again, the Supreme Court didn't say anything about it explicitly, but I think that's part of their motivation, because you're right. If you view this from a transformative lens, you take that stuff, you transform it, you distort it, and it's new things. So that would be also akin to what a professor would do, right? You take it, you modify it, you use it to teach yourself, and you present in a different format. So what they're doing, though, because the underlying stuff is commercial and it's more mechanical in its nature, you know, let me just put it to you this way. I would imagine the Andy Warhol Foundation case is going to be cited as part of these lawsuits.
Oh, it will be.
You know, it's brand new law, so it may not have appeared in these lawsuits yet, but it will.
But take the commerciality argument.
Yeah.
And take it to its logical, like, give me the professor citing Sarah Silverman's book. Can you make that commerciality argument when it's something that attenuated? The professor that read her book a year ago and then gives a summary in a lecture.
Well, the fact that it's an educational purpose, I need to move it out of an educational context, because
okay, so it's a public speech, just a random public speech. Some public speaker on a courtyard is hearkening back to this book that they read as an inspiration for why they're speaking.
In this hypothetical, this person has a photographic memory.
Yeah, give him eidetic. Yeah, eidetic or photographic.
I could make very technical arguments, but I think I'm evading your question if I do. So I'm trying to give, I'm trying to give substance with the question rather than giving technical arguments.
So tell me how I can ask a better question. I think that's the more appropriate question. How can I ask the better question?
If by writing the speech down, because if I'm merely delivering the speech from memory, I'm not actually producing a copy, because there's no written version.
But if I said it, and then
merely saying it doesn't count because it's not in a fixed medium, so it's not a copyrighted version.
I wrote the speech down and I sold the speech. I sold the speech like that I wrote down, the one I gave. I sold it for a penny or 10 cents. I just sold it, right? I made some nominal dollar figure. So I write the speech down that gave a recount in part. It's part of the speech, not all of it. I gave a recount of the book I read by Sarah Silverman.
Well, there's a line drawing problem. I think at some point you would run into a problem. To give perhaps an example on point where this came up, there was, I forget what it was called, but there was what started as a fan-based encyclopedia of Harry Potter, and J.K. Rowling eventually at one point was quoted as saying that she used that resource all the time. It was like her home away from home, so that she really, really liked it. And so what they did to create this encyclopedia was, you know, they would use like the name of whatever the creature is, and then a description from the book. But they wound up like copying like pretty huge swaths of text because they were using like the original text. So it was arguably just the books again in a rewritten form, because it was like, you know this, and then providing that description. They did wind up suing each other.
Pages. If you took all the forum pages and consolidated them, you could reconstruct the books.
Yeah. So there was a lawsuit over it, and I don't think it actually went all the way to judgment. I think they wound up settling or something along the way. But that's more akin to your example, because they arguably were they were not transforming it. They were merely what would you say, time shifting it around. They were just merely taking the same elements and re-editing it into a different order.
Now, the question is, were there different users that were adding to or posting different elements of the book? So you had several different users. So, for example, a forum of 1,000 people, and each one is making
I don't think this particular example was a forum. I believe it was run by.
It was a page. Okay.
I think it was run by a discrete set of people.
Okay. So one group of people with a common purpose.
Yeah.
Put all the pages out there where if you combine them, you got the work.
That was the idea. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you take a forum, like I just gave you the hypothetical, if it's a forum, it's a bunch of people commenting on different pages, giving their own input on different paragraphs or passages from the book. And by some stretch, you could take the forum and sue the entire forum for allowing or for basically copyright infringement. Because if I scan the entire forum for all images and compile them, I get the full book.
Well, what's the distinction between commentary and like the actual use of the original? Because if it's commentary, it's your own words, and that's different. So you're trying to create I suppose this would be context. Well, let's do it this way. Let's suppose that there's a forum out there in which people individually quote maybe a sentence or two of the book or whatever and provide commentary, but in the context of the forum as a complete whole, it reproduces the entire work. So that's the forum as a whole. That's what I'm alluding to. Is the forum as a whole now in copyright infringement of the original because it reproduces the entire work? That's
what I'm alluding to.
Or is it different because they do it one piece at a time?
That's what I'm alluding to. This is what I'm trying to get at. Like that question. I don't think you can get there. Anyone else really
I suppose I guess it would depend on it could arguably depend on how organized it is, because I think it might actually be a material difference between it just being a free floating forum and people just providing threads in a sort of what you might consider randomized way or ad hoc way versus it being like organized like by chapter, by page,
by book.
If it's organized,
forum head 1, book 1.
If it's
Pages
organized,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
I think you're closer into the infringement. So I think it makes a material difference how it's structured. Yeah.
So with all of that said, I'm hoping the chat can see how the analysis starts to shift the more or less that things are changing the subject matter.
Yeah, but also I really like the question you're asking. I really like the question you're asking because you're trying to tease out where the line is. And I appreciate that, right? Because you're like, let me create some scenarios.
It's a forum
where we're on, two far sides of the line. The far side of the one far side of the line would be, it's just a single quote, it's a single sentence from a book, and someone provides commentary, and that's all there is. Yep. The far other end of the example would be the site's organizers have organized it by book, by chapter, by page, and they organize it that way. And
or they issue a prompt at the beginning of each subpage. They issue a prompt. Yeah. This is the line comment.
Yeah. So they wind up reproducing the entire book. And your question fundamentally is, assuming those are the two extremes, where is the middle?
Where's the middle?
To the answer to which, of course, is always, I don't know, because in this and many forms of law, trying to figure out exactly where the line is very, very challenging and extremely expensive.
Yeah. But this is the fun part. This is in my mind, this is the fun part. And this is why I wanted to have this discussion, because it's not the Silverman lawsuit. I don't want to cover the intricate details of that. I'm not curious about that. What I'm curious about where YouTube as a whole, going to find.
Take your popular movie of choice, whatever. I don't know. One that more the point, one that's not necessarily culture, one that's popular among people on the internet for this example to work. It doesn't need to necessarily be the most popular movie.
Go. Yeah.
But the one that's particularly resonant with YouTubers. Let's suppose that a lot of people have provided commentary on various scenes of the movie. Let's suppose further that if you watched all these YouTubers, you could rewatch the movie. So is that a copyright infringement now at this point, because you could actually rewatch the entire movie
I
from
like
their
that.
various combined, they're independent actors. If they're acting in concert, you have a whole nother set of problems. So they're independent actors.
Now take this hypothetical even further. Let's say that you take YouTubers that stream, I think, what is it that the content ID doesn't catch, like under 5 seconds or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. So under 5 seconds, YouTubers take all under 5 seconds, or you train an AI algorithm to scrape YouTube for everything under 5 seconds. And
which at that point you just recreated torrent, basically.
You have.
Because at that point you just recreate torrent. Because what is torrent fundamentally? Torrent fundamentally is just chopping up the file into X parts, and you can get any of the X parts out of order. And once you get every part, you have the original file. That's what torrent is. So you take your original file, you chop it up into 10,000 parts, so that each part is really small, so that no one part is particularly big, right? And then your computer goes out and looks for each 10,000 parts, and it doesn't matter what order it gets it in, as long as it ultimately gets all 10,000 parts. So
this is where it gets
you've
fun.
You've just basically reinvented torrent with extra steps.
But this is where it gets fun. Train a spider. Like train a web spider.
Yeah.
Train a spider to scrape everything and reconsolidate. And now you have a problem.
Yeah.
Like now you have a problem that the law can't fix.
Yeah. And
I'm not sure,
even though ultimately it winds up in the same place, I'm not sure that anyone necessarily is infringing, because in this hypothetical, everyone is acting independently in this hypothetical. So in torrent, someone is designing this to chop up the file and redistribute the parts. But in this hypothetical, the spider, because the parts also aren't clean. If they're clean, that'd be nice, but that's not required. We're just looking for every part of the thing, even if they overlap. So this tool is just a tool. Each of the people individually are taking arguably de minimis individually, but in their combined form, they are collectively recreating the entire work. And is anyone responsible for it when they're all acting independently? I think the answer is probably no.
Well, not those actors, but what about the person who makes the spider, who programs it?
Well, no, because I don't know, because the spider,
but even then, the spider's
just a tool.
Yeah,
and it could be used for lawful purposes. So, and it has substantially lawful purposes at that. So now you're back into Betamax and Sony and those copyright cases. When people sued the VHS, they sued the goddamn VHS player for copyright infringement. They said no because it has substantially lawful use.
So here's the thing. Take that analysis that we just provided, right?
Yeah.
So and this, I think, is cool discussion. You guys I don't give a crap if you guys are interested or not. I am intellectually curious right now, because we went from a forum that consolidates pages and passages to we have gotten to the Sarah Silverman / ChatGPT argument, because now we are at the creator of the spider who combs the internet and finds the pieces and puts it together and now has recreated Bedwetter.
Correct.
And is now regurgitating it, not word for word, but giving a summary, a derivative of what it has combed the internet to do. Just like my legal brain is.
Here's another one, because facts themselves aren't copyrightable.
Okay.
And also artistic style isn't copyrightable.
Correct.
So if you could, in principle, paint the same as take your favorite painter of choice, Van Gogh. If you could reproduce a Van Gogh work so that it would look like it was created by Van Gogh, you can. All right. So you get an AI which is trained on Sarah Silverman's style.
Oh shit!
and
I
just
see where you're
uses
going.
and
Oh,
just use
no.
and just uses the pure facts of
Oh,
Sarah
no.
Silverman's life and create an autobiography using these facts in the style of Sarah Silverman, and
Fuck. Okay.
query how close are we to what that book is, and is that infringement? And the answer is probably no, even though we wound up in the same place.
It can't,
can't
be.
be. Yeah, it can't
be.
even though you
There's
wound up in the
no-
same
There's
place.
no logical way that can get you to
Yeah.
infringement.
Yeah. So
Holy shit!
So you are
like
you are taking this is what AI is doing. It's doing things that it's like death by a thousand cuts. It reminds me also a little bit, although this example may or may not be on point, but it reminds me a little bit of when there was this company that wanted to sell people over the air broadcast. And what they would do is they would sell it over the internet. And this went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and there was a case basically saying, well, anyone can have their own individual antenna. This is, by the way, before digital TV, or it may have been with digital TV. Either way, it doesn't matter. Anyone can have their own antenna and pick up stuff over the air, so that's not infringement. And there's no particular need for it to be on like your house. The distance between like your TV and the antenna like doesn't have to be any particular arbitrary distance. So what this company did was they invented these really, really small antennas, right? So that they could put like thousands of them into a server rack, right? The antennas are like, this big, right? So they could put individual, but what they would do is they would individually assign each person their own antenna. And be like, this is your antenna. And they had, 10,000 of them or whatever it is, 100,000 of them. And each person could have their own antenna. And their argument was, well, it's not copyright infringement because all we're doing is selling them the antenna that they themselves could have. And the fact that it's in our server room and not their house is immaterial. The fact that the antenna is 2,000 miles away is immaterial because it would be effectively the same as just creating a 2,000-mile cable between the antenna and their house. And that's legal. And the Supreme Court wrote basically, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Yeah, it's infringement. And it's not necessarily but a well-reasoned decision because I think it was unanimous too, incidentally, as memory serves correctly. So they found copyright infringement, even though arguably the other way around was legally better. But they're like, but it can't be true. So yeah. If that death by a thousand cuts idea didn't work, then how far away is ChatGPT or like Midjourney from that example where we're just individually collecting 10,000 antennas, which each individually are not infringing, but in their collective whole are?
My
does that work? Does that analogy work for anybody? Is it just,
no,
or
is
my brain firing in too many directions at once?
That's terrible logic. Anytime you get to a place where you're saying, I don't know how to define it, but when I see it, I understand what it is. Well,
you weren't accusing me of terrible logic. You're accusing the court of terrible logic. Oh, okay.
The court's the court has done that for years.
Well, yeah. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, that's true.
Like lewd and audacious, or rather, not pornography. What do they call it? What am I talking about? You don't have to define it. You just know what it is, what it is.
Yeah. So even though arguably you can't point to any technical reason why it's copyright infringement, the court unanimously said it was because it smelled like it. That's basically what it boiled down to. It's copyright infringement because it smells like it. And if they ruled that for the antenna case, how do they not rule that for Midjourney and ChatGPT? So all my legal analysis goes to shit. It's copyright infringement because it is. Sui generis.
It's lazy. It's stupid.
It's copyright infringement because it is. Law. Sui generis. Boom.
It's just bad law. And you know what? You know what's funny is I hate the fact that you're saying this right now. I really hate the fact you're saying this right now because I feel like it's so much more accurate than me trying to expect of this court to do an analysis that's thorough and comprehensive and to have the balls to issue a 5-4, 6-3, 7-2. I don't give a shit of the split. To have the balls to issue an opinion.
What do you expect the court to do? Do you expect them to really go through the hard work? Of
no, they're not going to make the hard decision.
When have they
detail,
which we've attempted to barely tee up in the last half hour been talking about this, and we've barely scratched the surface of it. Do you expect them to go through that complicated nightmare analysis, or do you expect them to say it's copyright infringement because it is? End of analysis.
Kurt, you know me better than that. You know what
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. The Supreme Court, when faced with the hard questions, are intellectually lazy. They have been historically.
Yeah,
they
the
have
Supreme Court's
had
never
the
been known for
balls-
kicking the can down the road. Yeah, especially the Roberts Court. Am I right? The Roberts Court's never been known for kicking the can down the road or avoiding the hard questions. Am I right? Am I right, Rob?
Oh my God! What did I tell you? What did I tell you the other day on a phone call? Like the entire the entire Harvard case was dicta.
Yeah. And I thought you
The
had a
whole
point.
thing is
I thought you had
dicta.
a point.
It's all dicta. It
You might be
doesn't. It's
right.
not
You might be
binding.
right.
It's all dicta.
You might be right. You might be right.
I think I am right. Just
No,
like
you
the
might be right.
Affordable Care Act case, it's all dicta.
Yeah, you
None
might
of
be
it's
right.
binding because they just didn't answer the fucking question.
Yeah.
You have
'Cause
one
we don't
job.
want to answer the questions because it's really uncomfortable. Even
You have
though
one
we're
job.
supposedly the 9 best lawyers in the country and arguably the world, even though we're supposed to be the 9 best lawyers in the country, we don't actually want to go through the painstaking analysis and actually answer the hard questions because it's kind of annoying.
That's why this
Kurt for
so-
Supreme Court, I'll do these hard questions. It'll take forever, but we'll do it.
Well, it's the problem I have with a lot of district court judges too. It's the same thing we have this debate about. Like, make the call. You're the judge. Like, make the call. Look, I don't. Here's the thing. When I say make the hard decision, I don't. And this is to the chat, not to you. I don't mean make the decision that I believe should be the outcome. I mean actually go to the question. And if you think yes, vote yes. If you think no, vote no. Don't dodge the question. You get to a point where you, as a judge or justice, don't get to just dodge the question. You have to answer the fucking question because you are the last line of people that we have chosen in our constitutional structure to answer the fucking question. Like, there is the last part. Like we said, we're going to try and resolve this A, B, C, D. We have got all the different ways of trying to resolve these disputes. Democratic process, votes, elections. We have a republic system where you've got different votes and structures. And then the last line of defense is this court that is supposed to say, we are here in the eventuality that you ever, we hope you don't, but if you ever need someone to decide something you cannot reconcile, please give us that question. We will answer that for you. You give the Supreme Court the question, they're like, well, that's not a great question. We're going to dodge. Fuck you. Like, I mean, stop doing that. Are you kidding me?
I'm just happy that you're able to have the discussion with me because that makes me happy. Because I suddenly have to pull out I suddenly have to pull out these analogies, and I suddenly have to pull out these cases that, you know, that some people would think that these, it's like, how do these two things go together? And I'm like, let me mash them together for you and see if I can make this work, and you can follow me, and that makes me happy.
Let me give the chat an example. So, and I talked to Kurt about this one, the Affordable Care Act opinion.
Yeah.
The one that everyone fought over, politically speaking, for the fucking ever.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. The challenge, the one challenge that had the chance to overturn it, right, was the challenge that said it exceeds the power of the Congress because it wasn't interstate commerce. It's not interstate commerce because you can't force someone to engage in commerce. That was the argument. That argument had legs. It did, based on constitutional structure. But the government in oral arguments said, but it's a tax. And then Congress
passed a law specifically saying, well, they didn't exactly say it wasn't a tax. They just reduced the tax to zero.
To zero.
So it's a tax that's $0. It's a $0 tax.
So Congress goes, I see what you're doing, court, and they go zero.
Yeah. And so they tried to take it away from the Supreme Court by saying, but Roberts is over here like, well, it's still a tax though. It's a $0 tax, but it's still a tax. So Congress can regulate this through their $0 taxing authority.
And this was Congress tried to do this because at this stage, Congress had transitioned from Democrat
Right.
to Republican. So the Democrats had an actual tax, a dollar figure. They said dollar figure.
Yeah.
And when the lawsuit was pending, it was, well, you have clearly exercised taxing authority, which you don't have, interstate commerce. So you're trying to impose a tax on commerce that you're forcing commerce rather than actually regulating commerce.
Right.
So Congress switches over to Republican control, and Republicans go, we're going to amend this to $0 tax because we want the Supreme Court to decide this.
They couldn't get rid of it entirely, but they could reduce the number to 0 through budget reconciliation.
Correct.
Because when you do budget reconciliation, you only need a simple majority as opposed to a veto, as opposed to a filibuster. So they couldn't get rid of the language completely because the Senate was filibustering it. But they could reduce it to 0 as part of the budget, which has budget reconciliation. So they reduced it to 0. So it was still a tax. It was just a $0 tax.
Yep.
Press on.
Side note: This is a fucking fantastic comment.
This is very true.
So
for those of you thinking about going to law
accurate.
school, for those of you thinking about the law school, these are the kinds of conversations you should want to engage in. So if you find this fun, you're going to be doing this a lot.
Oh yeah, arguing for the sake of arguing all the time.
Yeah,
So
and thinking
Congress-
about things from 8 different ways.
So
And then
Congress
if you're
switches
me.
over.
And then if you're me in particular, although some of my teachers didn't like it as much as I did, you try to figure out how to take this case from like torts and apply it to some
Oh, no, I
crim
don't
pro
like that, no.
case. Two things that have nothing to do with each
I
other
know.
at all. You're like, well, let's see if I can make it work anyway because it sounds fun.
For me, it was I was always the trial guy. I didn't realize I was a trial guy until way later, but we'll get to that at some point in time. But Congress switches over and they don't like the fact that they know that if the court finds it to be taxing authority, they can uphold it.
Mm.
So they don't want that.
Mm.
They want the law stricken down.
Mm.
So they can't eliminate the tax. So like Kurt said, they go to $0. And they're
Mm.
like, Supreme Court, if you're going to decide it, you have to decide it on Commerce Clause.
Yep.
Tease it up.
Yep.
Roberts waits for the last day of
Yep.
the session.
I was there, Rob. I was in the courtroom as he announced the decision from the bench. I was there.
So
I
Roberts
was
waits
in
for
the
last
room.
days. God. What was happening? Can I ask what was happening?
It was really, really interesting. Just because it's like, it's those things you don't notice until you notice them. Because everyone's quiet and everyone's respectful and everyone's listening. And he gets to the part where he's talking about Obamacare and he starts reading and he starts talking about the Commerce Clause, right? And that's where he starts. And
you think,
that's where,
right?
that's
You're
where, that's,
thinking.
and then he's doing all that. And then he gets to basically the but, right? He gets to his transition where he's like, now I'm going to start talking about taxing authority. And what was really interesting was when I was in the room, it got even quieter because the Supreme Court room has wooden benches and wooden chairs. They creak, right? They creak. People move. They creak. So you don't notice it until it stops happening. And like all the creaking stopped. Because like everyone just kind of like sat up in their chairs collectively and like froze in place.
What is he gonna
And
say?
so being in the room when that happened was pretty freaking cool. I'm not gonna lie.
That is awesome. I
Yeah.
cannot imagine, because the thing is, the people that watch that, and for those of you in the chat that are watching right now, if you haven't liked the stream, please do so. But for those of you who are watching, lawyers, yes, we nerd out on these arguments. We think about this stuff to the nth degree. And when a justice is walking down this Commerce Clause analysis, and this is what I was getting to, Roberts, in that opinion, walks through a full ass Commerce Clause analysis and talks
Went on
about
for a hot minute too. It went on for a
it
while.
was like 20
Meanwhile,
pages.
CNN is outside reporting that the ACA has been struck down
Yeah, because of that.
because of like the
monologue.
first couple pages of the opinion. It took CNN like 10 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah.
And they were
So-
reporting. They were reporting because I obviously couldn't see both at the same time because I'm in the courtroom. But later, when I'm rewatching the broadcast, CNN went out and everyone went out with, oh yeah, Obamacare was struck down. And that's what
Yeah.
that was the reporting for the first like 10 minutes.
That was the thought. And if you started
Yeah.
reading the opinion, you're going, this thing is dead. Because Roberts goes through and writes out how everything about the Affordable Care Act was exceeding the scope of the Commerce Clause. And this was not a surprise. People say it was not a surprise. This is the first time it's ever been tested under that authority. And it was the wrong court, it was the wrong legislation, and it was the wrong argument. But Roberts goes through and reads like 18 pages of his opinion talking about how the Commerce Clause, this cannot survive under the Commerce Clause. And then he gets to the but. And he says, there's a doctrine in jurisprudence that says that if a statute should otherwise be stricken down, if that statute could be saved by an alternate interpretation of what the statute mandates, that statute must be saved.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the Constitution, if someone challenges it on First Amendment grounds, but it can be saved on alternate grounds, it gets saved.
Mm-hmm.
So Roberts goes through this 18 pages and says, if we can save it, we are required to.
Yeah.
And even though there is a $0 tax,
Yeah.
we choose to save this law on taxing authority. And when I talked to Kurt about this, I said the entire fucking case is dicta. Everything he said. And now dicta, to those of you in the chat who aren't really sure what that is, there is binding precedent.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are
random musings along the way.
ADHD,
random musings that
right?
don't count.
Yes, ADHD. It's ADHD.
Yeah. Random musings that don't count.
Yep, it is my initial thought, my conclusion.
Yeah.
And then ADHD is all of the stuff that's dicta. You don't have to listen to that shit. You just got to listen to the first part and the second part.
That's right.
So everything about that opinion, the 20 some odd pages, didn't fucking matter. It's not binding. It's not binding on further courts.
Yeah, because it's not needed to decide the issue. Because
Exactly.
you could have completely wiped out the Commerce
Tax.
Clause analysis. You could completely wipe out every word of the Commerce Clause analysis, and the decision would be the exact same. That's why it doesn't matter, because he upholds it on taxing authority. So the Commerce Clause is completely irrelevant. So you can just completely ignore it. You can ignore half of Robert's opinion as irrelevant dribble.
Yep.
Which is hilarious.
Kelly P. Let me break it down to you even in a better format. Let's say that the opinion was rewritten to include only those things that needed to be said.
Yeah.
This act was written, there was a tax imposed. Congress has taxing authority. The law survives, right? Paragraphs 1, paragraphs like 95.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's needed. Everything else in the opinion is a footnote. It's a footnote.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah. I'll give you another example to make this a little bit more material to people's everyday lives, perhaps. Like, have you ever been in a conversation with someone and they ask you why you're doing something and you don't give them the real reason, but you give them a different reason? Maybe you broke up with somebody.
Yeah.
And you don't give them the real reason. You give them a reason, but that reason isn't really the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because if that reason wasn't true, you would still be breaking up with them. So basically, the thing you tell them is irrelevant. It might be true. It just doesn't matter because it's not the real reason. So that's dicta, right? You have a whole bunch of reasons, but some of them don't really count because if they weren't true, you'd still be doing the exact same thing. So they're not necessary to support your decision. How about that? Why are you breaking up with me? It's you, not me. Sure it is.
It's not necessary. It is. And this is the thing: is dicta and decisions like that literally drive. For me, I can understand how they get there because my brain is. But to linear thinkers, this is you cannot reconcile. All of that to say, and I want to bring this point up, and then we're gonna redirect. He was trying to send a message to Congress. Kurt, what did I tell you about the Harvard case? What did I tell you?
Yeah, I was trying to send a message. And so then Rob says, like, the first half of this is all dicta. And I'm like, okay. And then he says the Harvard case is entirely in its entirety dicta. I'm like, I didn't know that was a possibility, but I guess it is, because we have sort of collectively concluded, at least Rob and I have concluded that basically Roe was dicta. That's the problem, because Roe's not based on anything. It doesn't have any foundation. It doesn't make any sense, right? So the entire case is a dream. It's like a whiff because it doesn't matter. It's all irrelevancy. And that's sort of what we kind of collectively, or at least he collectively concluded for this.
Pause one moment.
Yeah.
Pause one moment.
Yeah.
Every justice on the Supreme Court recognized that Roe was dicta. Every single one. Ruth Bader Ginsburg recognized it was dicta. Every single one recognized it was dicta. Now, this is where we're going with this, is dicta. Dicta is used, and dicta is spelled D-I-C-T-A, dicta. It is still used and cited as authoritative. It is, but it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. The principles is that you can only cite to the part of the decision that was controlling.
That actually matters. What part of the decision actually matters?
Controlled the decision? What was the turning point? What was necessary? What did we need to get to make sure this was the right call? Right? That's what you're allowed to cite to. Everything else is dicta. It doesn't exist. It's fluff.
It's Supreme Court dicta, though. Oh, and like, because they take their own footnotes seriously. And in Students for Fair Admission, it was particularly annoying because they tried to resolve the whole thing about citing Title VII in a footnote, which itself cited a string of footnotes. It was footnotes upon footnotes. It was footnotes all the way down. I read every case. It was all just footnotes on top of each other that didn't really stand for the proposition in the first place.
It is, but here's the thing. Here's the problem. Do you know? And you highlighted Roe. We highlighted ACA. We highlighted Harvard. Do you know how many cases exist in Supreme Court jurisprudence that are at their core cited for the wrong reasons or for dicta? They are cited incorrectly. This is the issue. And people blame both sides, politics. It's not that, man. Lawyers will argue about fucking everything. Look, we just had a discussion about a handwritten will that was argued for 3 fucking years.
Yep.
Everything is argued.
Yep.
And the Supreme Court is supposed to give clear guidance, and it's supposed to be controlling guidance.
Yep.
So it's language that gets cited, which if there was a rule that could be adopted, the Supreme Court should never be allowed or shouldn't allow themselves to write dicta into any opinion, but they can't help themselves because they have egos. They write fucking stuff in their opinions. They do. Look at dissents. Look at all of it. It's all ego.
You somewhat overstate your case, but yeah, there's a fair amount of it. Yeah. So, yeah. And then you get these weird decisions like ABC versus Aereo, which I was talking about earlier. Someone gave me the case name and it was 6-3, not unanimous, and where it's just like it's copyright infringement because it is. Or other things where it's just like it's sui generis magic. That's always a great one. It's like, why is this true? Sui generis.
Because it is. Because it is as true as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It's that.
That's definitely a thing, by the way, in law. So every once in a while, the court will just be because magic. Sometimes they'll even tell you, but most of the time they won't even tell. But every once in a while, they even tell you it's sui generis.
And you know what's really hard about this is that I happen to be. So you do the appellate side, but I happen to be on the trial side.
Mm-hmm.
And as a trial attorney that watches the facts play out in court, right? Do you have any idea how frustrating it is to see a judge review a transcript and completely miss every fucking point and point to little comments here and there, completely misconstrue them, and you are not even given the opportunity to call them an asshole to their face or to say that they got it wrong or to clarify your point? because they just write an opinion that strikes you down. And you're like, you jackass, you didn't, you got it 100% wrong. Like, you cherry picked what you wanted. You could have looked one more question, but you didn't want to because you're a dick, because you only thought that would hurt you.
Well, yeah, it's even worse than that, because every once in a while the Supreme Court will be like, well, Party A wants us to talk about this, Party B wants us to talk about this. We don't really want to talk about either of those things. Let's just talk about something else completely. I was like, okay, that's great. I mean, at least in my mind, Chevron is kind of like that. The decision of Chevron really seemed unmoored from because I've listened to the oral arguments of Chevron. I've listened to the oral arguments. I've read the pleading, and and you read the decision, you're like, where the hell did this come from?
Well, that's that is really very curious, Kurt. I am so glad you brought that up. I am so glad because you know what we get to do? We get to swoop pose. My God, the transitions have been phenomenal. You would have thought that Kurt and I planned this. So the justices have just scheduled the first cases that will be heard.
Yes, and they might overturn Chevron, and I'm already like melting into a pool of happiness.
So
you want to see the happiest uncivil you've ever seen?
How do you really feel, Rob? Here's the thing. You guys want me to expose how I really feel. I have been in front of too many district court judges. They are the kings of their castle. Their egos can never be checked at the door.
They've been elevated into the priesthood. It's not much more complicated than that. They've literally been elevated into the priesthood. They've been made the priests. And then they have the appellate court, which is the bishops, and then they have the Supreme Court, which are the cardinals.
Yep.
It's the goddamn church.
I want to make a caveat because the state bench, they are practitioners, and they are chosen by their peers and recommended to the state Senate by their peers. I understand there's politics involved, but it's a lot less. So when I see those people elevated,
no one in Virginia nominated you or me, Rob. I'm just saying.
but there's a judge in Loudoun County who's a relatively new judge that I very much appreciate. I had this judge who was a GAL in cases I had, and I liked him as an attorney. I loved litigating against him because he was hard, but he was fair. He was a litigator. He was good, but he knew the law and he applied it in favor of his clients. He didn't abrogate zealous responsibility, but he also was fair in his understanding of the law. And as a judge, I have seen him do great things in little segments. Like, you see little graces, like affording someone time to speak or pausing. It's the little stuff that judges do. Very little. Federal court, different story entirely. None of those judges in the Eastern District of Virginia, God, I'm going to say this out loud. Do it. Just because you were appointed and just because you were confirmed does not mean that you can abrogate the responsibility that you have to actually administer justice. You don't get to pick sides. You don't get to come in there with a preconceived notion of where you want to decide. You don't get to read the pleadings and develop based on those written statements before oral argument. You don't get to develop full-fleshed opinions that can't be overridden. Putting on that robe means something. Put it on and actually take that oath to fucking heart. I'm tired of the bullshit that I see all the time with these district court judges putting on the robe and saying the right words, but never, ever following through with giving fair and equal justice to both parties in the courtroom. So, and here's the thing. If I'm in front of you and you treat me disparagingly, or you treat my client unfairly, I'll pull out the stops. I'm no. Something about the federal judiciary, like, and how they appoint judges and the district court judges in particular, needs to fucking change.
They've been elevated to the on high. They're one of 1,000.
They know it.
Federal
And
judges.
they know it. And they know it. So, on the topic of Chevron,
They haven't nominated me though. It's so. I also don't really see that coming in my future. I'm not sure that my YouTube channel with its voluminous content is going to be particularly helpful at my confirmation hearing.
It's you didn't kiss the right asses. That's the problem. It's you didn't kiss the right asses. They're not old. They're not old. You say they're old. They're not.
Well, some of them are not. Yeah, some of them are not. Some of them are young. Like this one woman got confirmed. She was like 35, and I was like, "Fuck."
They're very young, and that's a fucking problem. A lot of them have never tried cases.
I've never tried cases. I'm still being a good judge.
Never tried cases. I mean, fuck. Like, who's picking these assholes?
I mean, I've never tried cases, and I think I'd make a good judge. So I don't know if it's necessary.
No, I get it, but so that's the other part. Can we do divisional appointments?
Yeah,
that would be wonderful.
And Kagan never served as a judge.
That's true.
And she's the best of the Democratic appointees, in my opinion.
I think so too. She's very logical, very reasonable.
I think she'd actually make a pretty good Chief Justice, to be honest.
Wow. I actually do too. Oh, that was interesting to say. Wow, I think she would. I think she'd actually be better than Roberts.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're proud of yourself right now, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Because you didn't realize you would throw that like truth bomb in, like just randomly. I think Kagan would be
I don't know where this conversation is going. I'm just having a conversation, man. We're just
I think Kagan would be a better chief.
Yeah. Yeah.
She sticks with her principles. That's the thing. She doesn't change based on what she thinks the populace would agree with.
Her recent decision in one of those trifectas, I forgot which one she wrote of the trifecta in the last go around with the Students for Fair Admission and the other cases, but her decision was well reasoned. I didn't agree with it, but it was well reasoned. It was thought through. She's intelligent. She's smart.
I've told you this before, like when we talk on the phone, like I like her questions. Like she, of all of them, she doesn't pull punches. She asks the real questions. So, okay, interesting. So back to what I was saying, when you were saying Chevron and you were explaining what the Chevron deference was. Chevron is a fuel company. That is correct. But there's what's called the Chevron deference.
It is a fuel company. It's also something else.
Yes. So the Chevron deference essentially was a doctrine that was established 40 years ago. 40?
Yeah, about that. Yeah. 80,
40 years ago.
82, 83, something like that. Yeah.
That essentially said that when an administrative body created by the legislature, that administrative body is bestowed with a certain amount of power. The legislature says we delegate A, B, C, D, E to this administrative body. The executive then takes over the administrative body and then starts operating it. Okay. So the legislature has said this administrative body, hypothetically speaking, the EPA. EPA is allowed to regulate, we're going to make it very, very, very refined. EPA is allowed to regulate water, just water. And they said they can regulate water in the navigable waters of the U.S. And the executive branch now gets to appoint people to the EPA to do that. And in doing that, the EPA then says, well, Congress said we can regulate water and navigable water, but what does that mean? So the EPA says we're going to start creating regulations. And we need to figure out, as an administrative body that has been created by Congress and now operated by the executive, we need to create a definition. What's a navigable water? Well, we think that means waters that connect between states. That makes sense. Great. Let's go ahead and propose that definition out. And we're going to say public, because we are an administrative body created by the legislature, you get the opportunity to comment on what we believe navigable water means. And they say, here's our proposed definition. Public comments, and they say, we're going to change it or not change it. But we've at least listened. And then they say, navigable water, everything touching state to state. And now they use that definition to then go and say, you, sir, there's a pond on your property that connects to this other state by means of underwater spring. That's a navigable water. And now you must shut down your pond, and you must, because you have hogs on your farm, you must cordon the hogs in the far left quadrant of your property, and you cannot have them anywhere near the pond. And now you have to do A, B, C, D, E. And they start imposing restrictions. And everyone's going, well, what the hell, man? We said waters. We didn't say like underground waters. We said waters. And someone sues and then said, EPA, we said waters, not underground waters. And EPA says, but we defined navigable waters to mean underground waters. And this, am I doing okay with like a hypothetical here?
Yeah, it's up to it's you can make it simpler. It's just up to us to define what it means.
Yeah.
So what are waters? What we say it is. See, okay, because if you have an ambiguous term in a statute, like what does water mean? Like you'd think, let's go to court and let a court decide, but that's not the rule.
Well,
the EPA gets to decide.
There you go. Get me to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court says when the EPA says we looked at all of this and said this means underwater stream. Supreme Court says, we defer to you because you had the first glance, and unless you are clearly erroneous, we're not going to look at it again. And that became,
and then even if they
guiding
change their mind
principle for
180
everything.
degrees, we're also not going to change it around.
And that became the guiding principle, where these administrative agencies, when they had a definition, they could basically define what they wanted. And the Supreme Court would say, we're not going to touch it. We're not going to touch it. We're not going to touch it. And it kept expanding and expanding. So then you got administrative agencies that created administrative agencies. And that is where we are now. Because Supreme Court's taking up a case. And I walked past this building a while ago, and I pointed at the building for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I pointed to that building, and I told my friends that might not be there for long. Because the foundational argument, or the foundation of this entity, is pretty far attenuated from what Congress authorized. And they have very much exceeded, well, the argument is they very much exceeded the regulations that Congress would have authorized them to engage in. And now, because they have gone that far out on a limb, this case, oddly enough, might be the one FAFO case that gets Chevron booted. And people might disagree or not disagree. Like it's not about that. It's about I don't believe in courts creating law. They shouldn't create law.
Well,
They
I
should
believe in
interpret
even less that the Administrative Bureau is doing it. That's for damn sure.
Exactly. Administrative bureaucracy that's appointed should not be creating law. And that's IRS regulations. Those are law for all intents and purposes. Those are law. Challenge an IRS reg. See how it goes.
Yep.
Was the
You're not
IRS
wrong.
ever empowered by Congress to create statutes? Are they elected by the body politic? Do they answer to anybody that elected anybody? No. CFPB. And what happens is with each one of these administrative agencies, when they start extending out and they start regulating, boom, 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 boom. And when they keep doing that, it keeps getting the court closer to the core question. Why should you exist? Or do you exist? Or can you do anything? I think this case has the potential to overturn Chevron. I don't know that it will.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
And everyone freaks out about what that would do. Not a whole lot, honestly.
It will return. It will probably not have a huge impact. It will help in the margins. But that's okay because the margins matter too. So will it make a difference in 90% of the cases? No, but it will make a difference in 10% of the cases. And perhaps even more to the point, in some more respects, it will prevent the administration from really pushing it in the first place. It will have a chilling effect, and I'm okay with that.
Well, my point in all this is that Congress is elected to make the laws. They are elected to act.
Is that why we elect them? I forgot.
God, from your lips, man. Shit. But we elect them to make the laws. We elect them to act as the body politic and legislate in conformity with what the body politic believes is just and right. Right? You say, go out and make laws that govern us so that we all act accordingly. Okay? You guys do your jobs. And yes, there are hard decisions. But what Congress does is they say, hold up, we're afraid about being reelected. So instead of us actually making hard decisions, like what if we didn't? And like, what if I just wanted to get reelected and I didn't have to make a decision that would make me unpopular? So I just said, administrative agency, you do that. And these other people who aren't elected and don't have to worry about people that are getting mad at them, they can make the decision. And you know what? We'll hire them and we'll create a policy where they can never be fired. Like, great idea. So Congress decided we're not going to do our jobs anymore. We're just going to say, administrative agencies, you do you, boo-boo. We got you. We're going to create the agency and we'll just back off. And then we'll just yell into a microphone and make loud noises like we actually want to get reelected, like we give a shit about you. We don't really care about you. Really, we don't. We just care about us because we make money, not on Congress, not in the shit we do for the legislature, but in the deals that we can transact on the back end because we have inside information. Not saying that hypothetically. That's actually a real fact. Real fact.
Yeah, it's not illegal when you're Congress to use inside information, amazingly enough. It's legal for them. It's just an oversight, I'm sure.
It is illegal for them to share it with third parties, but they can trade on it themselves.
But they can use it.
Disclose it.
Yeah.
So look at the books and how much they profit, every single one of them. So it's like, you know what? I would rather just take my time in Congress, get advanced knowledge and information, and invest my assets appropriately and make some fucking money. I don't care what side I'm on. I don't really give a shit about the people I represent or claim to represent. And so I'm just gonna not make decisions. So administrative body, you have power. You do you, boo boo. You do you. It is. Kurt, tell me I'm fucking wrong. It is.
I just didn't expect you to channel some Emily D. Baker. I was just
but it's true.
Okay.
It's Congress looks at the admin bodies. Congress looks at the EPA and goes, you do you. You got it. You can do this. You know what a navigable water is. You don't need me to decide. It's not like, I mean, I have to answer to all these people that actually matter, but you can decide, and I don't have to do that if you decide. That's the problem. And undoing Chevron, the reason why every congressperson is going to go fucking ape shit, and
they might actually have to do their job.
They're going to, yeah, exactly. They're going to go fucking ape shit. Every single one of them is going to blow their top. They're going to go nuts. It's going to say, this is a just travesty, wild Supreme Court, pack the court. You know what it is? It's telling the Congress to do their fucking job. You go back to your constituents, you talk to them, and you find out what you need to pass as far as laws. God. And you know what? Mama Jamma, I am not disagreeing with you. It does. You're right. All of these things matter. They matter a lot. They matter a lot to the people that vote the congressmen in, men and women, in to make decisions. They matter too much to delegate to some random agency to make a random decision that's not vetted, that's just based on bullshit. So,
yeah.
Rant done.
Everyone is going to, when it happens, they will pretend like it's the end of the goddamn world. They will absolutely pretend like it's the end of the goddamn world.
Oh, yeah.
It's only going to make a difference in 5% of the cases. That 5% is definitely going to matter to you and me, though, in ways that you might not necessarily notice, because you won't get the knock at your door telling them that, you have to like clean up your land for the fish or bees or whatever. So you may not notice, but in some ways you're not noticing is kind of the goal. But it's only going to make a difference 5% of the time. But it's still the right thing to do fundamentally.
Alchemist Bowman, no, I'm not at all.
Yeah, no, that's not even beginning what we're saying.
No,
that's not at all what either of us are saying. We're saying that they can only pass such rules as is within the bounds of the statute. Correct. And they shouldn't have the power to determine what the bounds of the statute are.
That's the problem. That's
because they're acting as their own judge. Yeah. So yes, they should have the power that Congress gave them, and they shouldn't have the power to figure out what that is.
Yeah, when Congress says navigable waters, right? And this was the EPA decision last year. When Congress says navigable waters, it does not mean the EPA can go out and willy-nilly define what that means. They can't define the scope of their authority. That's the problem. If you give an administrative agency the ability to define the scope of their own authority, they will never stop. I guarantee it. Look at the God, you guys, you want an example? We just watched a fucking video of the Senate Homeland Security Committee hearing with the PGA Tour. Make that fucking connection where they have the ability to define their boundaries. There's no definition. They'll go anywhere they want. So no, I think rules are proper. Rules are proper. They're there for a fucking reason. We need it.
Yeah, someone's got to make the rules. Someone's got to determine, what time the park's open and whether or not you can have barbecues and what time the cows should be able to graze the land and all those fun things.
Explain Chevron, please. We don't need to clean up Alaska. We need to protect it, but we only have 3 reps. Chevron isn't. Here's the problem, Mama Jamma. Chevron takes any voice that you have in those representatives and eliminates it. It's gone. Because Chevron says the EPA, which is based on just whoever is the executive, whatever party is the executive, gets to make rules. So your reps have no power. Your voice has no power. That's what Chevron is. That's why it's an issue. That's why we have an issue with it. Nanner, golf at 6:45 a.m. is Sunday, not tomorrow. So,
Is it 6:45 a.m. now?
on Sunday, 6:45 is my golf tee time. I am screwed in so many ways. So,
The sun isn't up at 6:45.
I know. If they're compliant with the APA, the APA
You're teeing off in the dark?
No, it is here. The sun's up at 6:45. The APA is a joke of an act. Yeah. That's a different day.
But I've enjoyed our conversation,
I
talking
have
through these
too.
legal
It's
issues and
been
stuff like this and
phenomenal.
really geeking out hard online. It's a little bit depressing that sometimes that even our Supreme Court wants to pass the buck. It's like Congress wants to pass the buck to the administrative. Apparently, the Supreme Court wants to pass the buck to the administrative agencies too, for some reason.
Yeah, so that was the big one that's coming up this term, but not a whole lot of others. Like, we'll get more. They'll announce more, but that was the announcement that I kind of wanted to focus on. But I'm going to hit some super chats. You can jump off anytime you want. I know it's late, my friend. There is a couple here for you. Wait, if a bee is a fish, does that make a garden that navigable waters? Fish live in water after all, right? Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah,
Chevron says yes.
probably.
Yep.
Bee fish.
Question is Chevron how bees became fish? Close.
Kinda.
Close. It's this level of interpretation, and this is a multiple people are asking this question. I don't think they're wrong. This
Kinda.
level of deference. Huh? Chat's got you. I like it. It's good. Josh, thank you very much. Thanks again for a great FNF. And I
If
hope
bees
everyone has
can
a
be
wonderful weekend.
fish, then Midjourney is copyright infringement.
Oh no, Kurt, I swear to God, you cannot do that intersection, not at fucking midnight. You can't do that. That is not fair. That is bullshit. That I'm so mad. And you're so proud. You are so proud of yourself. Oh,
Little old me.
Oh,
Where I
God.
get that shit-hitting grin because I'm like,
it's great.
Yeah.
Will we see Kurt sing tonight? Asking for mom, please. You did. We saw Kurt sing. JR, my mom's been a medical expert for contested wills when they are changed while the patient was palliative. She gives her opinion on their capacity. It's wild. Those are not fun hearings. Those are, yeah. I can do family law, but that level of law is different. The Advocate, thank you for the super chat. Just because New York is still on and I'm going to 2002 revisions. That was a clarification. That was
I'm not enough of an expert to know what the difference is or how much is in it. So
in the UCC, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that well.
DSM, thank you very much. Love seeing the two of you when you laugh. I do too. It's one of my favorite things. Greatest Cat Queen, I still have the recorder from my third grade 49 years ago. God, that thing was just terror. Nicole, I didn't know how badly I needed the singing until just now. Thank you. Marilu Gonzalez, Rob, now that you did some singing tonight with Kurt, you must sing Happy Birthday. Tomorrow's my birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I don't want a copyright strike, so happy birthday to you. 20th Century Fox, ask AI if he/she can access your router. Oh, God, it was bad. Charlie Raven, mix glitter in with the ashes. Oh, shit. With regard to Runkle? Oh. Don't propose that to him because he might actually buy it. Katie did. In Kurt's YouTube example, the sequence of consuming the entire movie is not what was intended by the original creator. Isn't that part of copyright law?
Strictly speaking, no intent. It's not an element of the
Intent's
copyright
not
liability. It's a
there.
strict liability offense.
Yeah,
So no.
I don't
Not
think
in
it's fair.
not in the copyright civil law. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marianne, thank you. What about if the book in question was published outside of the US? The internet is global, but there's no global ruling body to make that decision.
Well, the answer could very well be different from country to country. They could come up
Yep.
with different rulings.
Yep.
This has been somewhat ameliorated by treaty. One of the many Paris conventions dealing with copyright issues to somewhat bring it into uniformity. But yeah, I mean, the United States has a sovereign right to make its own decisions. You know, in patent law, that happens all the time. You know, the United States will look, well, I don't know if it's all the time, but the United States will look to other countries as priority or like preferential treatment. But sometimes the US says no, not for least reasons that we disagree with our allies about what is patentable. For example, business methods are not patentable by European countries, and we think they are.
And
so
that's,
you know, we have a sovereign right to make that decision.
Yep, and that's why
So-
we enforce embargoes or we restrict trade in some regards, because when you reach that level of disagreement with another country, your only remedy is to prohibit or restrict trade with that country. That's the only remedy you have.
Yeah.
Larry, how does OpenAI explain that the program doesn't infringe copyright without revealing their trade secrets, and or explain how the code works so we could understand? I think that's part of the discovery process. We're probably going to get to that place in the litigation and a lot of fights over it.
Yeah,
too.
the trade secrets will be put under seal. It's not uncommon at all for it to be under seal, and so that it's not on the public record.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that will be helpful in the end, because it is by design a black box. It's like, you know, this is the thing that you know, for example, people don't really fully appreciate in some ways. Like, you could get, I don't know who the best Google engineer is at Google, and get them on the stand and be like, how does Google work? And I'm not 100% sure they can answer the question.
Probably not.
Because there's a lot of black box stuff, and it's like, I don't know fully how it works because we kind of designed it that way. So yeah. So I'm not sure how much the code will be helpful in understanding the problem.
Professor of Logic, I just tuned in to see that Rob is cosplaying Yahoo's Sirius and Young Einstein. Is that the hair comment? It's kind of
that
wild.
was the hair comment. You're doing some nice stuff with your hair there. On the we're enjoying it.
It's just long. Island, just noticed Kurt's t-shirt or shirt. Very nice. I see the logo. Is that one of the polos? I like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I have that light one. The light one, I have to send it out to you, but I also need to include your play button. I showed you what it looked like. I think I showed Twitter what it looked like too. Did I show Twitter what it looked like? I thought I did.
Does Rob kind of look like the actor Colin Farrell?
No.
With the
don't say
hair?
that. Don't say that. From what movie? From what movie?
I was actually thinking of him from Scrubs when he was a guest actor.
When was he a guest actor in Scrubs?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. He played the Irish brother in one of the episodes.
So there's some Kurt love. So I learned how to do something with CNC. So that needs to get packaged on its way to Kurt. But isn't that pretty? I think that's pretty. I think it's lovely. But yes, Island, the shirt looks lovely. Jen K, I am, as of today, a voice AI. Interesting. Based on listening to both of you, I need to chat with the lawyer to make sure the company and I are both covered. Oh, yeah. You got to talk to a lawyer, my dear. With AI, yep. Lindsay, Rob, you working on becoming a treasure troll with that hair? Come on, chill out. XCDA, I really appreciate the intellectual debates this evening. Thank you. Well, thank you. I like having them. Henhouse Bath Company, I sent this to Kurt, a bee fish poem. No matter if your fish is a bee or a bee is a fish, if you petition the court, you can have your wish. Oh, that's pretty good. I like that one. I Possum, can we wish Dr. Moo a happy birthday? We absolutely can. Happy birthday, Dr. Moo. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, a great weekend, and you enjoy every minute of this next year of your life. Every minute of the first day of next year of life. Yes. Kristen M96, happy birthday, Dr. Moo. Indeed. Mary Coppola, I'm a little older than my husband. and I both play. Golf also teaches a lot of proper etiquette and can be humbling indeed. My idol was Payne Stewart and spent time with him and have signed golf gloves from his. Oh my God.
My hero will always be John Daly, big old fat ass of a golfer, a constant drunk, a lovely guy.
Dude, well, Payne Stewart is a badass. So these gloves that she has are probably worth quite a bit of money, but I wouldn't give them away. I think they're really cool. But yeah, John Daly's a badass. Payne Stewart's a badass. There's a lot of big stories in golf.
John Daly's just a good old Southern boy. It's like he lives in Alabama, doesn't he?
That's what. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, no, Arkansas.
Yeah.
His son's going to Arkansas, but yeah. Golf. I would ask people not to just dismiss golf because of what you think about golf.
I've tried golf. It's not for me, but I'll go skeet shooting with you anytime.
I'll do that.
Golf.
That is fun. That's fun golf. That is fun.
That's fun golf. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Ryan Man YYC. That's the face of man getting a new Corvette instead of a kitchen remodel. Okay. Elise, excited to catch you and Kurt in real time. Elise, thank you very much for doing so. That is very, very much appreciated. I'm glad that you're here. I have to make sure that I make reference to so many of you generous folks that give gifted memberships along the way. And I apologize that I had to push off Ian and I, our members only stream on the Trials of the Century because I had trial today.
Did you ever see the shot where I think it was Phil Mickelson who was like, they were just dicking around at a hole and someone said, I can't shoot this putt from here. And it's like, you can't putt it, I'll putt it, and just drops the ball.
That wasn't Phil. That wasn't Phil. That was it wasn't Palmer. It was Jack Nicklaus.
Was it?
Yep, it was Jack Nicklaus. Old as shit. And he goes, I'm going to chip it from here. And he goes, you can't putt it? And he says, I'll show you. And he drains it from like 100 feet away. It's one of the coolest moments.
Such a great shot. He just comes there. He just throws his ball down and just no problem. Like he's slicing butter, slicing bread on butter.
Is a badass clip. Like if you ever want to see someone do like a mic drop on a golf course, that's it. It was epic. All right.
My all-time favorite still has to be Tiger Woods at Augusta when the Nike ball sat on the lip
and trickles in.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
Have you ever seen anything in your life? It's in your life.
Have you ever seen anything in your life like
in
that?
your life? It starts. It's so weird, and the reason we remember the quote is it begins with "in your life." In your life. Have you ever seen it? Those moments, man, are so cool. The neurodivergent counselor, thank you for the gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Pants, thank you. Lady Drake, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Joshua, thank you for the gifted memberships. Iowa Dog Squad Mom with a bunch of frog emojis. Thank you. Joshua for, wow, a lot of gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Ange Torres, thank you for the gifted memberships. Brentwood Chic, no gifts from me tonight. I donated my YouTube gift budget to Corey's GoFundMe. Thank you for doing that, Brentwood Chic, and for relaying that note. Hugs in all the feels he is lost. To his loss, yes. Judy, you got this. Haven't gained another angel today. Indeed, he did. That kid. You can't say enough about someone who literally their only goal was to just make the world. Like he had a goal. It was like, I want to get a silver play button. I'm going to make videos to make people happy. Pretty cool. Caitlin Moore, thank you. Happy to see everyone. Wish all pain free. Me as well. Member for 7 months. Aqua. There were less buttons pushed when I was 23. Yeah, we didn't have to push all the buttons. Jen K just heard me as an AI today. I was not prepared. Oh my God. Charlie Raven, Robin, manic ADHD mode. I was all night. Kenneth Siders, Tom Cruise, live, die, repeat, has exoskeleton. That's true. Yes. Kurt, you saw the exoskeleton?
I did.
How badass is that?
Very cool.
That's cool. Tina, KS Nerd, the one with the most toys at the end of life wins. I agree. MS VG3, my mom turned 102 this week, and I'm exhausted. My God, that's amazing. Congrats to your mom. That's a life well lived. Laura Christine, thank you for the gifted memberships. Rabbit, gifted memberships, thank you very much. Cast Iron Mama, I do not have a legal lately. Joshua, more gifted memberships, thank you very much. And Rasmussen, what do you call a cow that's had a baby? I don't know, but I'll try to figure that out. Nicole, gifted memberships, thank you. Marty Herford, thank you for the gifted memberships. Danny G barely made the pre-replay crew. So good to see you all. Glad to see you live. Judy got this. Haven't gained another angel today with my mother-in-law. Judy, you got this. I'm sorry I missed that second part last. I'm sorry for your loss. But heaven did indeed gain another angel. So your mother-in-law, who I imagine had great influence on you and your family, and hopefully she will continue to have influence from up on high where she can look after all of you. So thank you all for being here this evening. It is 4 hours into a live stream. Kurt's channel, great opportunity for me to.
Well, you should come to you should come to Uncivil Law. We do lots of legal analysis. We do wonderful streams in the mornings on weekdays, where we do stuff. And today, for example, we did a stream with Andrea Burkhart going over oral arguments. We do legal news roundup. We do trials when they're happening. And also, if you follow me on my community tab, you can also follow me as part of my workout journey. I imagine as many people are in the chat, there must be some people out there trying to pump some iron out there. So if you're part of the Pump and Iron crew and you'd like to help encourage me as I try to change my name from Uncivil Law to Swole Law, then you can follow me on my channel and encourage me.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Encourage me in my gains. You were saying?
I was saying that was the first time I had heard that, and I love it. When did that start? I love the Swole Law. I love the Swole Law.
Yeah. So yeah, we're working on that quest over there. So if you want to follow me and help me encourage me in my workouts, I'd actually really appreciate it. And you can share with me your workouts, and we'll all get buffed together. Oof.
Dude, I love it, guys. So if you're watching this channel, honestly, I practice family law and bankruptcy law. I deal with a lot of negative shit in litigation that it weighs on the soul. So this channel is about positivity and encouraging others and actually lifting up a lot of other people in doing what they're doing. I encourage Kurt all the time. I think he's a wonderful person and a great legal mind. Honestly, constitutional wise, I don't have another person that I can go to other than Kurt, who knows the law as well as, I'd put him against a lot of law professors on con law issues. And
thank you.
That's saying something. So when I have a constitutional case I want to talk about, it's often with Kurt. So please check out his channel. There is no better analyst for con law cases. And just, you guys, if you can say a positive comment to somebody else on the internet this week, that would be really fucking cool. So why not give that a try? It'd be kind of neat. Just saying. It'd be fun.
Yeah. I'm going to the gym tomorrow. We got to get it done. Yeah. Colin Farrell from Scrubs. Yeah. Season 4. Yeah. My Lucky Charm. That's right.
That was you, Bambarina. I don't know if I'm there, but I appreciate the compliment. This is very.
We also
very
do polls on my channel. We ask poll questions and
we do
try to keep things fun.
I show up in the chat and cause chaos every now and then when I'm at work. We have a good time. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for putting up with the golf stuff, the Supreme Court stuff, the AI stuff, and the singing most of all. Please go check out Uncivil Law. I appreciate all of you very much. And thank you for all the gifts. Please, if you're on your way out, hit the like button. It takes you no time at all. It means a lot to the channel. And again, have a great weekend. We'll see you guys next week. We will see you next week because Kurt will be live on Monday at 10:30 a.m. giving you a recap of all the legal news that occurred. Yes or no? You're looking at me skeptically.
I'll be there.
Yeah, 10:30 a.m. on Monday. Kurt's
Well,
going to
probably
be there
more.
giving
Yeah, I
you-
usually do about 9:15, so it'll be 10:15 in the East. So yeah, usually it's 10:15.
Yeah. So 10:15 a.m. on Monday. Check out Kurt's channel, Uncivil Law, giving you a recap of all the news you wish you heard over the weekend with a little bit of flair. So thank you guys. Have a wonderful evening, a wonderful weekend. Hug your family, and we'll see you next week.